I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Niger boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes is basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing you need endurance to go in. I got mileage on this pen, I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. It's so good to see all of you guys today. Thank you so much for being here on an early show. Happy Saturday, and I hope everyone is having a wonderful day. And I see Chuchi. Thank you for being here, Chuchi. Thank you so much. Also, everybody, remember we are always to say allegedly in our own opinions, and then also because I think that's a good disclaimer for tonight or today. Also, this evening, also we have to be 21 and over in here, right? Because we're old people. We should be at bingo or crocheting something, but yet here we are. And you know what's funny? I make that joke, and then my daughter sent me a crochet something she crocheted, which is hilarious. I'm like, that's so cute. Um, but it's actually those hobbies are really really good for people, and especially when they have a lot of issues with things. It could really help you, and then also you could always donate things to like the hospital. The children's hospital is always taking donations for like the little hats and beanies and things like that. So because when you have cancer and then you have to go through chemo and radiation, a lot of times you lose your hair. Hey, Jessica, good to see you. So good to see you. Jessica says 7 months, 1 day, still no closure. Sorry, everyone. I'm just really not okay. But unfortunately, I'm still here. And we're glad to have you here, Jessica. And I'm so sorry that you had to relive sending me those text messages and now we're putting them out there. I can't imagine how you feel right now, having to relive that, right? Because it's traumatic, and then you're dealing with the trauma over again. I think it's important to share some of the things that we shared, um, in order to make an impact on people. People need to wake up, especially local people, because there's not a whole lot that we can do. Uh, well, I mean, we're trying to do our best, right? And, guys, that area, people like to fish. They like to, go boating and stuff like that. Uh, um, and hopefully they'll do it for a good cause. Hopefully, if they like to go out in the woods and hunt, they won't mind walking around the woods and looking. Um, I understand it is something that would require, you know, there's many layers to it, right? Because, if you're searching for someone who's missing, a person out there, who's been missing for 7 months, if you're searching out there, you're not searching for a positive outcome unless Devlin has sustained himself through the nice weather. But even the summer, it's so hot, and I don't know how he would be getting food, right? Devlin could be living somewhere homeless. I can't discount that, and I won't discount that. But I think that we need to really examine the dynamic. So going back over and having Jessica send me text messages from 2024, I wanted to get a better idea of what things were like back then. And I was shocked by a lot of the things that I saw. I mean, completely shocked, to where it put me back at square one. And I really decided to go hard on trying to find out who are the people in Devlin's life, right? And there's a lot of people that were in Devlin's life, and there's a lot of people that were acquaintances to Devlin, and there's even probably a fair amount of people out there, based on what I've heard, that probably have talked to Devlin or know him in some capacity, have seen him around, or can remember back and say, you know what, I saw that kid before, and he did come up and talk to me, and I had no idea what he was talking about. He was very, what did they say, forward, so sometimes he wouldn't have problems asking people a personal thing, so something personal. And so that's something that if you're caught off guard, you would remember, right? Some of us have really really good memories, but even those that don't, it's a moment that's kind of different. And so might jog your memory to see Devlin, right? And say, wow, he came up to me at the grocery store and said something or whatever. Thanks, Chuchi. Hashtag find Devlin Tate. Hey, Kiki. So good to see you. Thanks, guys. Gail, thank you so much for being here. Gail, you had me cracking up earlier. I'm ready to spill the tea on Rich and Ruby. I have a lot to show you guys. I do. And I've talked a little bit about it, but I've never done a show to, actually expose everything. But that was a new one when I heard just now uh that Rich told Smiley he only has one friend, and that's on an island. Oh, that's a vastly different story that he gave me. He told me that he had, a wife that, they have, all these kids together. And so they decided that they're going to be best of friends, and they go to the, you know, domestic violence center and donate items. Well, you guys, I used to donate items like that too. Me and my best friend from back home, we used to go there because his daughter had to use those services because she um, had an issue when she was young because she was SA'd, right? And so the Victim Center helped her, the one in Springfield, Missouri. And so we would go up there and anonymously donate things because you can put your name on it, but I don't want that recognition. I don't care to get a slip so I can put it on my taxes. I'll probably lose the slip or forget about it when I'm doing my taxes. So, no. No, I would never I just always just put anonymous. So, to me that was a believable story, right? I mean, okay, yeah, I've helped out. I know guys that are interested in helping out. But he said his wife is just so delightful, and she doesn't mind at all that we're talking about the show, and that's all we talked about, by the way. Just to get that very, very clear. Cuz poor Smiley. I mean, you got somebody that's trying to network and work with people, and then they turn around and do you dirty, or lie to you is doing you dirty. Lying to people is doing you dirty, right? And you feel gross afterwards. You feel like you might need 10 showers and to never, trust another soul again, right? Especially not on these streets. These streets are rough, right? But they're not tough. They're rough. And you have to stay out of the dirty little corners of it. Rich is the dirty little corner of YouTube. Oh, I'm going to try to make money off the backs of a missing kid. And what's funny, for those of you who don't know what Rich pulled, he decided, and it's in my video because Seth mentioned it in his live. He decided that he was going to put his Cash App out there and tell everybody to send him money because they were going to light up the hallway green for Sebastian. So I never understood that part, and Smiley helped me understand it just now by doing her live. So thank you, Smiley. And I love Smiley, and she's one of the people that I would send Jessica to. I'm very protective of who I send Jessica to, and I also let her know these people are, as much as I can. But she's like, "Who is this guy?" She texted me while I was typing, because I was late listening to Smiley. Yeah, because I wanted to get a better picture of it really quick for you guys because it needs to be addressed. But she says, "Who is that guy?" And I said, "Some scammer on Sebastian's case." But what he did was he ended up writing letters to the school, emails, I'm guessing. I don't know if they were handwritten. I doubt it. If it was, they emailed him back. I'm pretty sure we can deduct that in this day and age. Hey, YouTubers here. Hey, Peggy. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to be talking, so I'm going to be way behind in chat. I appreciate each and every one of you that is here. Thank you so much. Hey, Detroit. Um, hey, Dawn. Hey, Dawn Emery. Thanks for being here. Hey, Gina. Good to see you. Thanks for being here, Gina. Um, Everybody coming in, Cinderella, good to see you. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate each and every one of you being here. Hey, Lacey Pear, good to see you. Um, so, but yes, he contacted the school about lighting up the hallway green, you know. But if I was going to do something like that, guys, lights don't cost very much money. The only reason I asked you guys for money was because that trip was not planned. And I didn't want to run out of gas on the way home. I was so worried about that. You have no idea. I really was. I was so like nervous that I would run out of gas or something would happen. And I'm like, I want to just make sure that I have just enough money, to, do all of everything because I'll tell you, I'm not rich. Obviously, my YouTube channel is very small, right? So, and I have my members. I love you guys. You know what I mean? And I don't care whether you're here and you hit that like button. I don't really care if you're in the bushes because you're helping me get views. All of the people that watch me, give me the thumbs up, send me a coffee. I didn't, you guys know my Cash App, my Venmo. And then my mods, I need to get that over to you guys. But stuff like that is cool. Like, I appreciate everything that you guys do, but even to the viewership, because that helps my channel grow, right? If you click the share button and share it different places, that helps me grow. That helps me get more viewers. Those are the positive ways that we can make money on this platform and still raise awareness, and that's the most important thing, is raising awareness to me. But then making money is a bonus, but I don't make very much. And then, that puts the burden on my boyfriend, Nate, right? And he pays the bills and stuff. So why would I put that burden on him when I can ask you guys to crowdsource it for a good cause? And, a big thank you to each and every one of you guys. Mama ended up winning after the, debauchery and the death threats from, other people coming in to the channel. They're not even a part of my channel. They're certainly not one of the 24 people that are in here supporting me right now. And then they give me a death threat because I didn't send it in the mail quick enough for them, and they started hounding me for it right in when they won it. So I'm so glad that a valued member of our community that's here all the time won. That's who I wanted to get the special bracelet that I sent out, the pig fest, the other little pig fest bag that nobody else has but me and that other person. And then, our group, Jen and I, and Jennifer, the other girl that was there, Seth, and Jeff. Don't forget Jeff, right? Those are my newfound friends, you know what I mean? Like, me and Jen got really close when I was there. Me and Jen are so funny because we're both, strong women. And, I was teasing her. I called her the rooster. She called herself the rooster, and I thought it was so hilarious. And she was talking about over her, like, her hens. And so I'm like, oh, Jen, you're always going to be my rooster, and I bought us matching, like, little rooster lighters and stuff. It was cute. Like, we really did bond, I felt like. And, I just love Jen to pieces. She's another person that I did link up with Jessica because she said it was okay and everything. And, Jen does her work for free for these families. Yes, she does charge to do charting, charts for people. And I'm sorry if I say it wrong, Jen, because I'm so ignorant to the whole situation, but I understand it. But see, I don't need to understand it. I just asked Jen, and what we're going to work on is hotspots to help find Devlin. That's what's important to me. That's what's important to her. But yeah, Jen does this for free for families. So when I send over somebody, I feel like I'm sending her somebody that is worthy of having that for free and getting that resource, right? Because Jen is giving of her time, and she's taking her time away from somebody else. I'm here to tell you guys, Devlin deserves this kind of attention, and he deserved this kind of attention from day one. And I don't give a shit who's pissed off at me. I don't care if people don't like the way that I present this, but I have to make an impact on you guys. Like, because this child has gotten no coverage. And yes, Matt Tait, I think Devlin is a child at this point. He was probably more mentally about 16 or 17. And then I see in these messages that you guys were letting him run the streets. And his mother is saying, please keep yourself safe, son. Those were text messages over a period of time where we got to see every single text message that was sent between the two of them. Granted, there were phone calls, but let's not get too nosy, right? I really appreciate her sending those to us and letting the whole world see them. That has to be so hard for her. So when I see this case of Devlin, yes, I think that really deserves Jen's time, attention, and what she can do is amazing, in my opinion. Just absolutely amazing. And I don't need to find out. I don't need to know how she got there. She got there. So let's help these families. Let's do what we can do. There's a lot of us that don't like each other on this platform for whatever reason. But I'm here to tell you, when you have a scamming ass prick like Rich and Ruby, and again, sorry, my night mouth might come out. It's evening time. It's kind of like, werewolf. Um, Either way, um, it's not okay. And when I see them hurt another creator who's genuinely here to share her opinions, her experiences truthfully, and who cares about the truth, that bothers me a lot. And Smiley has shared Devlin's information out there. And I appreciate her for doing that. Because, guys, we only have enough minutes, hours, seconds in the day. Sometimes there's not enough time in the day to get everything done. There just isn't. You know, I told one of my mods, I'm like, hey, my manager, I was like, hey, I'm going to go to bed. And then I ended up laying down. And then I was just like, I have to get those all of the text messages out that Jessica sent me that she wanted out. I have to do it. Like, I couldn't sleep because of what I had read, guys. And I've been on one since then, right? I process and then I act on it. I try not to be reactive. I try to be proactive. I try to, but that's why it's so difficult in this situation. This is like, where's Devlin and why has there been so much fuckery? And I know my background says today, that's from yesterday, but it still fits for today. We have these auction items that are absolutely creepy. We have these different yard signs. We don't know where they came from, how much they cost, or how much people were giving money for them. We can kind of, add up the math a little bit, but we're never going to probably get a straight answer on that because there was so many people involved in this. These missing children are not a money grab. They're not a money grab. And that's what they've become. Hey, Leslie. And it's not fair to these kids because there's sweet people out there that want to buy a t-shirt. I'd buy a Devlin t-shirt, but I don't think I would get it in. I don't think they would send it to me. I don't think they would be proper about it. So I just can't do that. That makes me want to make my own Devlin t-shirts. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, it's maddening. So, but we're not going to do Devlin t-shirts. I mean, that's something maybe Jessica might think about doing. But see, this is the thing. She was all the way in Arizona and did not have an inkling on what to do. As Jen was talking about the other night, we don't have a handbook to say, and have, I mean, we shouldn't have to. Here, parent, your child is missing, and this is what you do. Nobody wants to get that book. Nobody wants to have to receive that. I remember when I was going through domestic violence, they'd give me all these fucking pamphlets. And I just look at them like, what the fuck do you want me to do with these? Should I fashion these into a weapon? I mean, really, they're, so, and you really don't understand that you do have to go out there and you do have to contact the resources. Even though it doesn't seem like it's as important as it is, it's very important. It's very important. And then as you contact people and as you let people in, you find out that people aren't as truthful as they should be in that situation, because you wouldn't want somebody scamming you when you're in that situation, would you? Think about it that way before you want to scam on people. So Rich, in all of his selfishness, asked his supporters to buy green lights, I guess, for the halls to light them up green. And the teacher said, or the school administration, probably more so, said, you're going to need permission from the parents, right? So instead of contacting Seth, which I hate to say it, Crown Chronicles, you're saying that Rich is part of the green team? I'd say he's probably part of the Chris and Katie team if he wanted to reach out to them, and that's just my perspective. So I don't know why you would do that because I saw your thumbnail. I wouldn't give you a view. Um, but I did see your thumbnail. Um, so yeah, I don't think you should put that on anybody but Rich himself. And Smiley didn't have anything to do with that, right? And you yourself, Chroma Chronicles, you should know how much of a scammer is, how much of a scammer Rich is, because back when you and I were friends, we're the ones that looked everything up about him and found out exactly who he is. Lacey Pear, Rich is from Rich and Ruby. I just keep saying only Rich because I don't want to put Ruby into that mix because Ruby's an old black dog that he pretends to be a search dog, but she's not. You know, she's cute. She's a cute old dog. I mean, I love animals, so I mean, it sucks that she has to be affiliated with a piece of shit like that. I can't imagine what she must go through um, with him. I hope she's well taken care of. Um, but other than that, he's scamming his audience members for money and he can't even get it done. So what he does is he takes that, you know, that opportunity to try to figure out someone that he can have get a hold of Chris and Katie. And that's when he asked Smiley, can I, you know, can you get a hold of Chris and Katie? Which she did do that for him. But I think more so she was doing it for Sebastian to help out with the hallway thing, right? Because if they need permission from Chris and Katie, right? But that's a common theme. Isn't that why I went to Pigfest? Was because they were saying that we can't put up flyers because they have to ask Chris and Katie. He said he spoke to Craddock, Gina, and that's the thing. I'm sorry, I meant to keep on that one. Um, and Kiki, thank you for confirming. He spoke to Craddock. He said he told me he was trying to tell me all kinds of stuff, and that's why it's funny that Chroma Chronicles isn't coming clean with that either. Because it's like she knows damn well that I was telling her, like, I don't trust this guy. He's being weird. He's been on my panel before. She's like, I don't like him. I was like, you want to come on my panel? Because she was trying to grow her channel. And the one time that she did come up on my panel, Rich was jealous of her. And I'm like, why are you jealous of Gracie? What did she do? How come she can't come up on the panel too? He's a weird fucking guy. He's a weird fucking guy. Poor Ruby, right, Choo Choo? He's a weird guy. I hate scammers, right? So he has Smiley get a hold of the feet, and then they, you know, said that he can contact them, right? At the end of all of it, right? I'm sure it was like a blood sucking siege, an energy vampire, you know, that's what it would be like, in my opinion. Because I'm never going to say sorry to Chris and Katie publicly or ever under my breath, in my head, never. No, I don't feel sorry for anybody but Sebastian. I don't feel sorry for anybody but Devlin. You know? It's a rough situation these kids are in. Could you imagine if anybody was that honest as Jessica has been here? We would get all out in the open to see what was really going on. Right? But the sad part is that that was back in 2022 with Devlin. So think about that. And then he didn't go missing until 2025. That was at least, and that was not a new dynamic. Nobody can say, well, this major event happened and everything was so bad. No, that shit had been going on since the beginning. I mean, to find a Joe, I'm here to tell you, you know, and animals are expensive. And I think that's why I think about that because it's expensive and they need a lot. And then, you know, if he can't even afford Christmas lights, You know, Black Friday's coming up. They could have done that. I mean, Sebastian's birthday is December 7th. Black Friday, yo. Come on, Rich. He just wanted to try to see how much money he could scam off of people. That's all he wanted to do. So he gets a hold of that, you know, he gets a hold of Smiley or whatever. And she gets a hold of them. And then he tells her some fairy story about how he's out on a boat. Now, he did tell me that he was some sort of a Navy SEAL, ex Navy SEAL, but now he works the oil rigs. And I'm like, are you trying to be like that guy? Um, oh, God, I can't think of the movie now. It's a really good movie, but Mark Wahlberg played in it. Yeah, he thinks he's Mark Wahlberg and shit, you guys. I don't know what to tell you. And then he's bringing down all the other creators, but I've tried to be talking about Rich and Ruby and his scams for a minute now. For a while. Sorry, I couldn't my air conditioner vent is like blowing right on top of me. Sorry for all the clicks on my lighter. But I've been trying. I can only say to people so many times, right? And then also you look like you're being poisonous to other, you know, to and oh, you just don't like that person, right? You know. I know, Joe. I know your dog has a big worm on her liver. I'm so sorry. I wish they could. Oh my gosh. And $3,000 is an astronomical price for that. Um, I'm so sorry. What Gina says, hell no. You know, I don't think that Craddock, he probably gave him a generic response, and that's what Smiley said. So, 2024. Thank you, Jessica, for correcting me. Um, but yeah, so either way, those messages were from, and we're gonna go over them. Um, but either way, with Rich and Ruby, what he was doing was scamming his audience. He was testing the waters, see how many people would send him how much money. Smiley tried to help him out. Some people in Smiley's tried to help him out. And, you know, she found out who he is, you know, and again, that's what, you know, people have to do sometimes, you know. And I didn't full out expose Rich. I probably should have, because once you guys see the text messages from the father of the missing child that he scammed, emotionally scammed, it's going to be a whole nother level, because money can be replaced, right? But when you emotionally scam a man who, you know, it was so bad after his daughter went missing, and then they found her um you know, dead, right? Him and his wife, they had a really great relationship before that. Let's just say that. And then they had to get divorced. And this is somebody that Rich from Rich and Ruby emotionally robbed. I would rather somebody rob me monetarily than rob me emotionally. Hey Jen, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Hey Little Red. Yeah, we've talked so many times about exposing Rich, huh, Little Red. I was like, oh my gosh, I don't want to do it because it's just like it's not proper etiquette, you guys. Like, I know you guys know that. I don't probably have to explain it to you, but it's not proper etiquette. But I'm such a fucking rebel that I don't care. I'm like, where's the anarchy? Let's get it. Especially when it comes to some shit like this. Right? And especially when people wanna come at me and tell me these things, and then, you know, I will expose them. But see, Rich, I told him, he wasn't allowed on my platform anymore, basically in a very nice way, and, we have not talked since then. He moved on to his new victims, right? Which apparently is and I'm not even gonna mention the other creators, only because Smiley was brave enough to come out and talk about it. Because I do think that's brave. What I don't think is brave is hiding behind everything and saying, "Oh my gosh, allegedly," and all this. No. The truth is the truth is the truth. And then he says that he's gonna try to sue people. That was another big kicker that Smiley shared. Hey, Lisa King, you know? And yeah. And the thing is that these parents are out here unassuming of all of this fuck crap. So what if one of these parents signed off on this? Hey Jeff, one of these parents signed off on this and said, "Yeah, that's a good idea," and then nobody came, or it went awry, or something bad happened. What are you going to do then, Rich? What are you going to do? Even Django's barking. Can you hear him back there? He's mad as hell. He said, "Quit exploiting Ruby and making her look like a douchebag. She has to sit next to you. She has no choice." You know? It's absolutely crazy. So, yeah, I think it's very important for us to all, at least try to reach out and say, "Look, this person is not the best person. Please be careful." And I think that's the only thing that we can do. Um, and then if somebody wants to see the receipts, they can see them. Or they'll ask, "Why do you think that?" I would. If somebody came to me and said, um, you know, uh, "Hey, Andrea, good to see you." Um, like if I was to say, I'll just use you, Jen, since you're right here. Um, you know, Jen's a bad person. I don't like her, da 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 da, be careful of her. I would expect people to say, "Okay, well, why is that?" Right? And then you say, "This is why," and you show them why. If they don't want to believe you, then there's nothing that you can do about it until they find out about it, on their own, and they're taken down by somebody, because somebody like Rich, like I said, guys, he's been doing this for a very long time. This is not new. He was testing the waters with the money thing because he wanted to see how many people would send him money, you know. And people are willing to help other people. They sure are. It's just like with the GoFundMe for Jessica, I wanted to do that for her because I don't think, for one, that she should be blamed for something that Sabrina did, especially when she's all the way in Arizona. And guys, there's a lot of crap that Jessica sent me about the shirts and the signs. She wanted to buy some of them, right? And give them out to her people, but Sabrina made that impossible. Sabrina was playing games again. And when you deal with somebody like the Tates, like, they're all alike, right? They have issues big time. But, you're at their mercy. Anytime you're at their mercy, it's going to be a major problem. It just really is. It's going to be a major problem. So you can try, right, to be cordial with them, but when the minute that you start seeing those red flags, it's better to just walk away from the situation. And that's what Jessica did, right? Because here's Sabrina and all the fuck shit, and she's, "Oh, I'd have to ship it to you," and well, okay, yeah, no, what else would you do? Tie it to a carrier pigeon, Sabrina? Chuchi, you understand. Birds of a feather flock together. Yeah. I mean, but really, what are you gonna do? Attach it to a freaking raven, right? And get it there? No, yeah, of course you would have to ship it. Unbelievable. He doesn't even show his face, but he doesn't even do an avatar gen. It's so weird. Instead, he does the background, and I'm not here to tell anybody that anything is wrong. So he's always done that, dark, and and then if it's daytime, you're looking at the sky and clouds, and he's pooping the dog. And then he pans down, and that poor dog is like, it's got to be, at least, you know, I'm gonna guess maybe 10 years old. She's got a lot of gray. Cause even when he was sending me like pictures in the beginning, because he was like, "This is my search dog, Ruby." And I'm like, "Okay." And he sent me a picture of her for the, because I was doing obviously all of the thumbnails and stuff like that. And I'm like, she's old and she doesn't look like she's a trained dog at all. Right? So it was a bunch of red flags, but I'm like, "Oh, well," and I was new in the beginning. I'm like, "Oh, well, Dolly was promoting him, so, he's gotta be a decent guy." And I've heard him call into Dolly plenty of times and talk about, "Oh, I do all this for the domestic violence center. I do this." But see, that's the thing. People that do things like that on the regular, they don't brag about it. It's like part of what they do in their life. It's part of life for them. It's not like, "Oh, look what I did." No, it's not like that. It's like you just go do it, right? So, but hey, Scarlet Begonias, good to see you. Happy Saturday. So good to hear from you in Idaho. Thank you for being here. Um, and the new t-shirt logo is birds with a feather flock together, also known as Lake Odessa in the Tates. Oh my goodness. And it's so crazy, Chuchi, because I've had so much hate from Sabrina, and I even sent over what she sent to me. I'm gonna show that too. But guys, it is a page folded in half, the one that Matt sent to me, and then she attached this other thing that she took a picture of. It's not even the whole picture. And I was trying to get, my team, people on my team last night looking at it. And I'm like, what is this, you reckon? Because I'm looking at it and it's definitely not proof of anything. It definitely doesn't prove that Devlin has the fetal alcohol syndrome that she's pushing and all of the other ailments that she's given this child and diagnoses that they've given this child. Guys, I highly doubt Devlin had all of those, and I've talked to his mother about it quite extensively, right? Because Jessica does have that genetic link with her son, and she's the only one that has it. I hate to break it to anybody that has that's feeling a little jelly about that, but that's life. Talk to God about it. Don't come after me about it, and certainly don't come after her. Coming home costs money, and there's not a lot of that over here. Right. Well, there's not a whole lot of money in that area either. So the minute they want to get their hands on some, they're making skulls and fucking weird ass Christmas shit, putting it out at a kid's bake sale in April, right? Or excuse me, May. Hey, Faye, good to see ya. And it's ridiculous. I know, Lisa, and I used to be a fan of Dolly, because he it was just something like he does true crime, but he's also kind of silly about stuff. So it was just something, and then he does cover the trials. And during the Leilani Simon trial is when Rich decided that he was going to come out with a channel and he was going to do this, and it really makes me wonder if he was just preying on people on the quote unquote green team. I'm not part of the green team. I'm part of Sebastian's army. Um, and I stand with him and finding him. That's another thing Jen's done so much of in Sebastian's case is plugging away at those hot spots. You know, we need people to search, guys. We really do. We need people to search in Sebastian's case as well. We need to go back to the beginning and try to figure out if there's any little thing that we can do to pinpoint or locate a statement that is off. And guys, trust me, I'm sure what At Night has put out, even the leaked stuff, is only the tip of the iceberg. Only the tip of the iceberg. I am willing to bet that there is so much in what Chris and Katie have said. I mean, Katie has told, well, and we went over it with the Chris McDonough interview, or excuse me, review, with Josh from the lab. I mean, those little tiny statements, and especially the basement comment. And that was where Chris really spent a lot of time, right? All the other stuff, the yelling, Chris deflecting, like, all of that is like, yeah, 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 yeah. he said he had a lot of brilliant points, but the where he was focusing the most time and energy, if you watch that interview back, or excuse me, review back, is that he was focusing in on that, what Katie was saying right there. Well, I want to check on that trafficking bullshit and da 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 da. He might be in a basement somewhere. Really, Katie? You think he might be in a basement somewhere? Oh, you're shockingly cavalier. Shockingly cavalier. That's your mom. Or excuse me, that's your son. You're his mom. What are you doing? I've yet to have an experience like that with Jessica, right? She's like, I just want my son to be found. I just want my son to be found. That's it, right? So, I mean, and it's difficult to keep going. We don't see that with Katie at all. That's a major problem, you know? It's a major problem. The videos I've seen of him online, he appears very calm and generally normal. And I guess you could say, yeah. I mean, and I'm not sure if Lacey Pierre, if you're talking about Devlin or Sebastian, but I did see the video of Bob's Barn, and we've played it here. Devlin seems like when he's just talking, right? Because he would go up there and sing. So there's a couple videos where he's singing, but one of them he's singing in the end. His phone went black. He was trying to get the lyrics back on his phone, and he was talking about the phone, and he seemed like a very mild mannered kid. I have not heard much bad about Devlin except for from the Tates, right? They're the only ones that are trying to push this narrative that uh, Devlin was a bad kid. And when people victim blame, guys, that's one thing that the late great Peter Hyatt was explaining when Seth was on his panel, that Katie and Chris are bashing, like literally bashing the missing person. That is such a, I mean, from a criminal profiler point of view, and I'm sorry if I don't get, the exact job title there, but that's basically what they do. They the statement analysis, right, of these people. And when these experts say that, I mean, that's something to really consider and grab onto, because they're absolutely being true with what they're saying, and it's their experience. And Peter Hyatt said they're blaming Sebastian, right? And that's where I came up with my blame Sebastian theory, right? I call it that because I have theories. I have working theories for Sebastian, but one of the ones that they've used to manipulate and distract and turn his case into a friggin' circus is the blame Sebastian theory. And we see that in Devlin's case. It's the blame Devlin theory, right? Could Devlin have possibly went off on his own? He could have, guys. I'm not saying that it's impossible, but the probability is very low, because he was very attached to his family members and friends. And we also heard from a post somebody had sent me, from someone named Brittany, right? And then there was a Brittany in the text messages. Excuse me, Jessica, could you please let us know in the chat if you're still in here, because I know you're busy with AJ. um if you could let us know who Brittany is to Devlin, just so we know, if you're aware. Um, because there was a Brittany also that he was staying with or going over to her house. Devlin was out on the streets and was being taken advantage of, you guys, really, really bad. And we even saw it when he was SA'd, it looked like, by some person, right? And I know there was probably a private conversation that we're not going to get far into, and I'm not going to read that part out loud even, because it's very graphic. It's very graphic, and I could tell he was very Devlin was very worried. um Hold on one second, guys. All right, guys. Sorry about that. So, I don't even know what I was saying. I'm sorry. This is why I don't do a lot of day shows because it's just interruption and dead air. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Jen, for gifting 5 Lady Freedoms Run Arrows memberships. If you got a membership for Jen, please say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Let me try to put my earbuds in really quick because I know you guys could probably hear every single crunch of every single thing that's okay. I hope this is better. I'm sorry if you guys hear a little bit in the background. I apologize. Um, He lied he was in Tennessee. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Shadow, thank you. He lied he was in Tennessee for that church vigil Seth did earlier this year and makes fun of Clutch. Yeah. Well, of course he does. He's one of Dolly's people, and I didn't even understand like all of that when I was first because I was just making videos, guys. When before I started going live, like I really got thrust into the ugliness of YouTube when I started going live, and especially that I showed myself and everything, and people got all, jealous and stuff like that. And I'm not even afraid to say that because that's exactly what it is. It's jealousy, right? I'm sorry that you are a fucking ogre. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're an old hag and you don't like yourself. I'm sorry. I'm an old hag, but I like myself. So there's a big difference, there's a big difference. And mocking Justin is unacceptable, Joe. Thank you. So, thanks, Gail. But no, again, going back with Rich and Ruby, that guy is a creep. He's a total creep, a total scammer. He's a weirdo. He will steal from people emotionally. He will drain your battery mentally. Like he was texting and calling me all the time. Like once I let him go live on my channel, he was acting like he was like my fucking new sidekick, and that was never the agreement. The agreement was is that you can come on my live streams to promote your channel until your channel gets big enough for you to do live streams on your own. And that's how I framed it when I told him that basically I didn't ever want to have nothing to do with him again because everything he told me was a lie. And then I was having Gracie from Chronic Chronicles, right? Grace's Gavel is the same person. She was, her and I were sleuthing him then and trying to dig up anything we could find on him because I was like, who is this guy? And he's been on my channel plenty of times, but he behaved really well. But then the more he would, come up as a guest on the panel, people would send me emails and tell me they didn't like him and that he was talking over me and that he wouldn't let me finish my thought. And here it is, my show, right? I'm a very nice and caring and supportive and giving person, but don't you dare fuck me over when I do something nice for you. Don't you dare. Because I'm not going to take it, smiling. I'm going to make sure that everybody knows what kind of a piece of crap you are so they don't get duped by you too. Hey, me and you. Good to see you, honey. I hope you're doing well. I have a strange sense of humor, Joe. Maybe that's why I think it's funny at times. I know. Well, and that's the thing. I do. I don't want anybody to not like anybody. Mullet shit. I don't want anybody to not like anybody. I would rather not. I would rather we all get along and work as a united force and a network of for people, and that there was none of us that you did have to shield people from, right? But here's the deal, I also don't wanna work with a family member and the time that I provide to Jessica or time she's providing to me, that she could be doing other things or looking for her son or whatever. I don't wanna sit here and talk about the YouTube drama. "Oh, and Jessica, guess what Rich and Ruby did, and guess what this one did, and guess what that one did." She does not care. She wants to find her son. It's the same thing with Seth. He doesn't care about the YouTube crap. He just wants to find his son. Does it disgust him at this point because he's had to deal with it? It's been so bad for him. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. I would rather Jessica never feel that way. And also, again, don't want to waste her time with the bullshit. But yes, Rich and Ruby, if they ever reach out to you, heed my warning. You don't have to listen to me. Don't get involved with that guy. He is a lying sack of crap. right? He's a total lying sack of crap. And Lisa King says, yes, CP and KP do victim blaming too. Yeah, they do. They do. And I just wouldn't, I mean, to me, I would rather do something different. If I have to get permission from Chris and Katie, then I'm probably not going to do it. If somebody said to me, you can do this event, but you gotta call Chris and Katie and publicly apologize to them, I would say no, thank you. I'm good. We'll figure something else out for awareness. It's okay. I'm totally good with that. And I would decline the opportunity. But everybody isn't always gonna do exactly what we might do or I might do, whatever. So um I commend Smiley for trying to do something fun for Sebastian, right? It's like she was working with somebody thinking that she was doing something good, and this guy is just a piece of shit scammer. Hey, Honky Tonk, in my opinion, Devlin did anything. It was a reaction to the abuse he was receiving. I think so too, Honky Tonk. Thanks for being here. I really do. Um, I think there was a lot of things that, um, boy, you just said it all. I mean, I'm almost speechless that somebody, is saying something that I've been thinking and feeling, especially as I've been gathering information. So thank you a lot for being here and saying that. I really need people to see this, guys. I need people to look and see what we're seeing here. You don't have a vigil for kids. Also, if you're holding the pictures inward, you're not, um, you know, pulling all of this stuff with the money. So thanks, Jeff. Jeff says thank you, Jen and Lady Freedom for the membership. Yay, Jeff. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe. And welcome to all the Dragon Tribe members too. And also please make sure that you say thank you to Jen. And thank you, Jen. You're amazing. Yes, so Jessica says exactly, honky tonk. Um, thank you, Jen. Coffee for Turkey Day. You guys, I'm fueled on coffee. Like I haven't had near enough coffee today. And yeah, I really need a coffee. I'm gonna fall apart. I'm just now being told that this Brittany is apparently with Sabrina's ex. Oh, okay, I see. Well, that's interesting. So friends with Devlin in that regard. Because because yeah, that seemed like a friend to me. Like when I read that, I thought, "Aw, that's a friend, like of his that's saying," because guys, all of the friends and family that I've talked to that have been normal and nice and kind and decent people, because there are a lot of them out there, they have all said to me, pretty much what Brittany was saying in that, that he wouldn't run away like that without contacting somebody, that he would have reached out by now, and that's concerning. And all of those things kind of added up to where I was like, well, she must have been more than an acquaintance to Devlin. So thank you for sharing that, Jessica. I don't know um, how that connects, but maybe I could ask. I'm about to lose my mind and possibly the dog I just adopted for mental health. Aw. I know, Jess. I know that you're, I know he's a big guy. Is he barking a lot? I was on the phone with Jess the other night, just not TMI, but they were knocking on the walls and stuff, and I'm sure he's not pleased when they do that. They were doing it at like 9 o'clock at night too. I was pretty amazed. Jen says, why does Richard Ruby want to force his way into Hendersonville, Tennessee to light up green for Sebastian when his parents are the ones who have organized all events? This is their son. Yeah, his son's birthday. Well, that is so true, Jen. And it's actually a whole nother level of creepy. So thank you so much for that. Very well said. It's like a whole nother level of creepy. Here it is, Seth's son, and I feel like, okay, I'm gonna say this. This is what I've kind of felt like, and I didn't want to say it because I know it kind of sounds like I'm putting on a tinfoil hat. But I think maybe these creators are trying to say that they did more to help Sebastian than his own parents. And I think that they want the recognition and they want it hard, right? They want, like, look at me, I did this for Sebastian. No, we all do stuff for Sebastian. What are you doing? Making a list so you can get a reward, or an award rather, not even a reward. Why don't you focus on the $500,000 reward that's out there? Because that's a hell of a lot of money, and then if you find Sebastian, you get that reward, or at least you get $50,000 for those of you who don't believe at night. But I do, Jen. I think they want to just turn around and probably come back on here, especially because he's Dolly affiliated, and say, oh, we did something that Seth didn't do. How come he can't light the green lights or whatever? They're fucking idiots, and it's a 2-year mark. And the thing is that what they don't care about or understand, that too, Jen, but I know a lot of people maybe don't understand this out there. These people are broken. They're broken, guys. They're not having a good time of it. Yes, I have to make this entertaining for you guys because it's part of it. Otherwise, it's not part of, like, the way that YouTube does things, right? So it's a little bit different as a creator, how I can pull in this stuff. And when I see this fuckery, I'm going to call it out and make fun of it, and I can't help it. I have to. There's no they leave me with no choice, and they make it too easy, so why wouldn't I? He has royally pissed me off at times, Lady Freedom. His soap is good though. You see? That's funny. Yeah, and like, I don't know, like, all that stuff when people were dogging the soap and stuff like that. I never believe that stuff. I really take it with a grain of salt because I'm like, I mean, some people could have a bad experience, yes, but when it's like, an attack, it's different. It's different. Because there's a lot of attacks like that. Little Red says, Richard Ruby wants his channel to go viral. He is using Sebastian's case, period. Well, and the weird thing is, Little Red, is I don't understand, how he would go viral being such a weirdo, and he's always sniffling. Everybody always points that out to me. They're like, he's on drugs because he's sniffing all the time. And I'm like, maybe he is. Maybe he is on, something, but I don't know, you know. And if he is, there's a hotline. He can get some help for that. You know what I mean? Like, and I do think that he is trying to um, definitely make money, no doubt, Little Red. And I almost feel like he might have been still watching my channel eerily, again, tinfoil hat engaged, but maybe he was watching and saw that you guys sent me, and I did, I didn't even hit my goal, really, you guys. I mean, so it wasn't like everybody, like, I got rich on going to Tennessee. And I didn't do it for that purpose either. I did it so I can get a feel for the area. I did it to stand with Seth. I did it to stand with Jen and Jeff because they're always standing with Seth. That's why I did it. I did it in order to see if maybe there was something that I could figure out while I was there, that me and Jen could put our heads together, that, I might catch a feeling of the area. And I did. Trust me. All of that happened. All of that happened. I definitely got a feel for the area for myself, right? And that is very valuable in and of itself, in order for me to help try to figure out what happened to Sebastian. Because it's not that hard. They already made a huge mistake with the shoes, with Sebastian's shoes. Hey, Lori, they already made that huge mistake. It's Griftmas, Merry Griftmas, Merry Griftmas. Here it comes. I know. And then nobody, do these people have trees that they're putting up or anything, Jen? I wonder about that. Like, what are they spending their time doing besides being awful humans? Deliberately, too. It's not even accidental, like they don't know any better. They're actually horrible. And there's mad intent behind it. It's I don't understand the bragging. I don't either, Cinderella, and I don't understand getting mad at people either, like turning around, coming up here. I don't get enough recognition. I can't believe nobody cares about what I've done. Well, what about all the other people that have done stuff? You're taking that away from everybody else that have done things. It's the same thing in Devlin's case. Look at Laura Cobb, aka Panda Bear's mom, aka Corn on the Cob. She's absolutely batshit crazy, and so is Mary, and they've done this and messed around since the very beginning, right? All for personal recognition. Oh, look at my junk that I sell. What? Really? Because it's creepy, and it's not Halloween or Christmas, and I don't know what that can thing is, but it looks like a wind chime. I think that's what it is. But it's a junky it's made out of junk. It's repurposed, I guess you can. I know they call it repurposed. I get that. And some people like that. That's their, their style. And that's okay. Whatever you want in your house is cool. To me, I would never have that weird Christmas tree up. Or the skull. Even at Halloween, that's way too creepy for me. What's with the red eyes? And you're doing that. Oh, sorry guys. And you're doing that at a kid's bake sale. Astrology for Mystics and Jen says, Seth don't know him. Jude doesn't show his face. Can't trust someone on a live that is showing the trees and not his face in the light. We have shown our face. Yes, he doesn't. It's weird. Exactly. I agree, Jen. Like all of us have. You're so right. Like we've all showed our faces. We've all shown ourselves. Like it doesn't like we are who we are, right? It's weird when you don't want to do that. Like I get it if you're scared of being doxxed or whatever, but once it happens, you're like, it's not even that bad. Like it wouldn't even I wouldn't have given a crap if I didn't get harassed and stalked and all of that by those weirdos. And then having Elevated Goof send them money to do it and stuff is creepy as hell to me. But it also like it wasn't even a big deal other than those things happening. It's the crazy weird people on the YouTube streets that they're scared of because they're one of them. They're just as bad as those people are. But yeah, I was always like, I'm gonna show myself. And I haven't for a while, guys, but that doesn't mean that I've changed. I'm the same Lady Freedom, trust. I'm just don't feel like, changing my background over yet. I still still have my Halloween. Well, I need to do that for Thanksgiving. But see, it's weird here because there's no seasons, and also like my daughter's not here, so it's not like she's coming by and I have to have everything festive and food and stuff. It's just, I'm basically living like an older person, with empty nesters syndrome. Faye says these messages show Devlin was having a hard time from Tamara, and she also threatened his life, in my opinion. Absolutely. And she's not the only one, Faye, that threatened his life. Like they were so mean to Devlin. And then Devlin reconnects with his mother, and guys, with the text messages that Jessica showed me, you do have to, read between the lines just a bit and realize that like Devlin was posting things on his Facebook page, and he was showing a mad love to his mom. Like he was honoring his mom. He was telling her, I love you. He was saying, this is a song for a mama's boy and stuff like that. And that pissed Sandra off. And he was calling Sandra in the text messages, right? He felt majorly disconnected from that woman. There's a big reason why. We're going to get into it. There's a big reason. It's not Devlin's fault. Trust me when I say it's not Devlin's fault. For one, he's the kid in the situation. You know, if the previous owner is harassing you, LE, call LE. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'm sorry. I must have missed something, guys. Seth will organize the next event like he always has. He always has, Jen, and that's it. Seth put on that really great it was the green bridge. That was so awesome. You guys have no idea how much I sat by myself and cried about that. Like I was just so I mean, it was for many reasons too. It was because it was so beautiful. It was so heartfelt. It was so genuine. It was so nice to see the community getting together for Sebastian, you know? It was so nice at the other vigil at the school when they did the vigil at Beach High School and Sebastian was given that honorary award. I was so proud of Sebastian. I didn't even know him. And but then I look at his father's face and I could see the pride in his face. And I agree, Jen. They don't need to be setting this shit up behind the scenes. It's not for them to do that. It's for you to come attend and support that when his father or if Chris and Katie ever decided to do something like that, right? No, she is not a nice woman, and her daughter is just like her. Make no mistake about it, Tamra's the one that pulls the puppet strings. She's in everybody's business, and is as Jen likes to say, fix, manage, control everything. And I do mean everything. And at this point in time, she can't handle all of the fix, manage, control because it's out in the world now. So now it's Tamara against the world, and oh, I'm gonna get them, and I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do that. You know, all of that. So it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I'm looking for a support dog for a child with level 3 autism if anyone has information. Oh, very cool. Provided at no cost. That's neat, Little Red. Thank you so much. Um, I will definitely, if you make a post or something, I'll look out on your page and share it and see. Um, Dogs are so important for our mental health. They really are. And so is getting out and doing things. So is our hobbies. I'm giggling because uh, me and Chuchi had a conversation about that the other day. We were just dying laughing. We're like, these people need hobbies, you know. Um, yeah, I've never seen Seth's avatar. I think he put it. I don't even think he put it on there the other day when he was so emotional. Um, he didn't. He did not. I did not see him do that. So, um, looks like Santa Muerte kind of shit. Chuchi, it does. It looks like some very, very creepy rendition of what a skeleton. I don't know. It reminds me of One-Eyed Willie, but they don't even have the patch on him. So I would have thought maybe that, they were doing like a themed Goonies theme or something. Yeah, super creepy. When I saw it, I was really hoping that I had like a bucket of holy water, but I'm clean out. Yeah, Jess, you've had that dog for a while too. I know, well, as long as I've been talking to you, I think right before you got him. Honky Tonk says, in my opinion, the Tates didn't want Devlin to feel loved. They wanted to keep him under their control. Well, absolutely. And it was really sad to see his phone was always dying. And Jessica was like, make sure you charge your phone, so they can stay in touch because it had to have been so hard for her being in, excuse me, Arizona and having to see that, and I do feel like they were closing him out, isolating him, making him leave the house, all of that. Cece, same here. Same here. If I really unleashed what I really thought, yeah, it would probably do more harm than good. I was following this close at this point, and the family was rude to me, so blocked off. I'm way behind in Devlin's story. Yeah, Paige, and I don't understand that either because look, it's important to um speak with the family, right? But when they're not being truthful or they're being closed off or just straight up rude, like it's a lot. And I don't like sharing all of the drama with Jessica that is shared with me by Tamara. I just don't, I don't like to do that. And it's a lot. And she never has, treated me with any kindness or respect. It's just like, basically her accusing everybody and not wanting to speak for her own actions. And let's be honest, Devlin was with you guys on Easter. He didn't call his mom. He was with you guys in the morning and didn't call his mom. The time frames are changing, ever changing, and that's a big problem. That's a big problem. Yeah, Paige. So with Panda Bear's mom, she is another scammer, just like Rich, but she's local to Lake Odessa. She's been friends with the lady that has the reward fund for 10 years. And there's a lot of stuff I put out in a video. I've done a couple of videos on the townspeople that have been involved in Devlin's case and the things that they've done in his case. Um, I have just come to the conclusion that, nobody probably will ever see that money that was raised again, unless the town people decide to stand up against Mary and her crap, because um, the reward money was originally for more of a reward, but they were also telling people that they would hire a PI with it. So there was actual texts and or actual posts that I've shared on my page about that very thing. And there's a lot more too, a lot more to the whole situation that I'm still trying to find out. But we'll probably never know how much money was raised or anything with that. We'll probably never see that money again, which is sad because, I know people did that out of the goodness of their hearts. Um, and, no matter what, people work for their money, I mean, unless you're inherited it, but then that's generous in the same way. Um, with that being said, Panda Bear's mom was all around, again, I'm the advocator for Devlin. I advocate for Devlin, telling everybody that she's talking to Jessica and that Jessica doesn't want to speak about Devlin. And it really upset Jessica when I reached out to her, because I had to say something to her about it because of the fact that I felt so bad not saying anything, because here's Panda Bear's mom, and I showed the emails to Paige. You can see all of it. I always show my receipts. I don't say anything about people without showing the receipts. Unless in that case, I do say allegedly, in my opinion. Um, and I always kind of let you guys know that that's just my opinion, but I'll always come with the receipts, and I have tons of receipts. One of them, Panda Bear's mom, is on the thumbnail, and you can see her on there. So I don't want to spend too much time on her because that's what she wants, is recognition. But then she also wanted me to promote Devlin's missing keychains on my YouTube page, and she wanted to profit off of it, and I told her no. And actually, it was more like a hell to the no. I took her wrench and blocked her. So, because we don't play with missing kids over here. We don't grift money off of missing kids. You know, my boyfriend works really, really hard, and I work really, really hard, at what I'm doing here for these cases, and we're doing just fine. Hey, Rusty Pipes, we're doing just fine, and I'm happy to help. And if I'm going to do something like that, I would put my own money towards it. Hey, Holly S, good to see you. And I love your cat. That's what I feel like right now, is like a black cat ready to pounce. So good to see you. Thank you, Holly, for the blue hearts. And we have such great people in our community. You guys have no idea. I hate spending time on the crap heads, crap and crackheads. Um, I'm under the impression he doesn't drive. I get the heebie-jeebies with people at Bob's. Yeah, me too, Jen. Especially when you say you get the heebie-jeebies, I'm like, oh, and then I go look at him. I'm like, oh yeah, I mean, not hey Jude, where's Hey Jude? I didn't see you up here. Good to see you, Hey Jude. Um, like, but when you say that, I'm like, oh, you must, have something on that chart of yours. or on one of them, right? So I'm like, okay, Jensen's a weird. I think we should look at him. And Jen, that's the thing. We need to look at any and all options. Hey, Miss Ann Reynolds, good to see you, and thank you for being here. We need to look at any and all options, but I think this dynamic, um, and again, from you know a certain time period, and I'll share it. Because I finally got caught up in the chat. I just love chatting with you guys, and I really wanted to know what you all think. I had that video up all morning, and um, I knew that we were going to discuss it, but I wanted you all to get a chance to go over there and look at it without my commentary, if you were so inclined to do so. Um, and give me one second here. So last night we showed the videos of the bake sale, and some of the or the video about the bake sale, and some of the things too that, oh, here we go, that have happened in this case. Let me make sure. Okay, this is all right. This is what it, um so text between Devlin Tait and his mother Jessica, right? This is a major trigger warning, guys. So much so that some of this I'm not going to go over, but we are going to discuss the context and the content of it. So this is how we're going to do it. These are texts from August through October of 24, and these are pretty much in or these, excuse me, these are in chronological order in the way that this all happened. So, um, but it is a trigger warning. Devlin, in my opinion, was left to run the streets and nobody cared about him, and he was treated like garbage when he was at home, so he didn't want to be at home. And so that put him in a very vulnerable and awful position, in my opinion. So Devlin, being the sweetheart that he is, he colored this picture for his mom, right? She says that that's beautiful, Devlin, and he's showing her the cat, and he said, "This is my baby," and that cat is cute. I love cats. All right, so Devlin's mom says to him, "Is everything okay? You're not responding to my messages." Let me make sure that I have the right blue and yeah, because Jessica's in blue. Jessica's going to be in blue, and Devlin is going to be in the white. Um, So, is everything okay? You're not responding to messages. She says, "Oh, so cute." Okay, hold on a second. I didn't know that was still playing. All right. Or "Oh, so adorable," and "Yes and no. I'm somehow fucked up somewhere, and I know I need to figure out how to fix that. Could be a major problem in a few days." So I'm texting a few um, people at the same time right now to try and figure it out before it causes a problem. And Jessica's like, what WTF? And guys, that's a common response, but all of these things are so awful that she's been being told by Devlin, right? So we'll see that a lot. Yeah, it's fine. I should be able to figure it out. If not, I'll be without a phone for a second. So they're very heavily involved in communicating with each other back and forth. Again, this is August of 24. If you are, don't work, excuse me, if where you are don't work out, try calling your Aunt Brandy. I'm talking to Brandy right now. She's currently in Chicago. I'm trying to figure something out. And he says, get your ass back, or she says, get your ass back to Brandy's and charge your phone, please. Right? Because Jessica is trying to figure out what to do now because of this issue. I don't know what happened, but I just lost you. I've made it my decision. I'm not going with Don tomorrow because I'm going to have to talk with Brandy tomorrow and see if I can stay here where I am right now. Okay. Because Devlin was having issues with going back and forth and them kicking him out and letting him back and kicking him out and letting him back. She says, okay, just keep an open mind about Don, just in case, like worst case scenario type thing, okay? I just need to know my son is safe no matter where you are or how old you get. I love you, Devlin. And he says, I put an application in for the Dollar Tree in Hastings. Very good. She says, cool, good luck. I hope you get the job. Thanks. Where are you tonight? Excuse me, where are you right now? Back at Brandy's? Yeah. So he made it back to Brandy safe. All is well in the world for the time being until the next catastrophe. And Jessica is all the way in Arizona. I just want to keep putting that out there. Okay, good. I know you're safe then. I'm working on getting AJ ready for bed. She also has a son with special needs, which is Devlin's little brother, who he absolutely loves and adores. They absolutely love and adore each other, right? And so there was a picture of AJ and stuff. I've tried to keep them to a minimum. He's adorable, but again, these YouTube streets can be weird. There's could be weird people on there. So, um, there was a picture that Jess had sent of AJ messing around, and Devlin's laughing, and so she says, "So not funny. He's hyper as hell right now for some reason. He just got half of his nighttime meds. Got to wait 30 minutes to give him the other one, right?" So they were having a moment where they were being silly with AJ, right? And he was giving his mom a hard time. So she says, I might have to take him for a walk to get him to sleep. You should get some sleep too and let your phone charge. It's getting late there. I just ordered a vape and I'm not joking, right? And he's 18, so there's nothing that can be done because I know I didn't like my daughter vaping either. So she says, OMG, Ashley and Tammy are going to throw a fit, right? And she says, are you now vaping, right? Because she didn't know that he was doing that until he told her. Um, and again, I would be worried about them finding out and overreacting or, getting mad as well, even though he's of age to buy the vape. Um, Devlin says, I try to go to sleep but can't sleep. I just had to go for a walk to the church here on Grand Street and sit and talk with my dad and see how he's doing this morning up in heaven. Guys, Devlin was having a rough time with the loss of Bill Tait. And we're going to see that later where he dedicates a song to Bill as his dad, and then he dedicates a song to Jessica as his mom. And I showed that in the video because Devlin should have had his voice heard, not Tamra's or what she wanted to push. Tried to go to sleep, but can't sleep. Just had to go for a walk. Oh, sorry, this is the whole thing. Um, I just want to go up on Grand Street and sit and talk with Dad and see how he's doing this morning up in heaven. So later, if you want to talk to me, I might not answer. Uh, it might go to voicemail because I'm in church. I don't know. So Devlin was coping in the best ways that he knew how. He was definitely in survival mode, right? And I really think that it was a great idea for him to go up to the church, right? And guys, the way that our we talk like that in the Midwest, when my mom was like very much, South Chicago girl, and sit and talk, it's sitting and talking, but that's kind of just the way we pronounce it, right? With the accent. And that's what Devlin was doing. He was sitting up there talking, to his dad, feeling close to him there at the church. And so Jessica's like, well, hey, we're going to be going to church at 11:30 to 1. And this again was a newer picture of Devlin. So there we have a more recent one. Um, he's almost done with his first feed of the day and hasn't thrown up anymore because AJ was having some issues, guys, back then, but he's okay now. He's totally fine. But Devlin's phone, you're gonna see that it keeps hanging up on Jessica. No, I didn't mean to hang up on you. My phone died. So sorry if you're mad, right? And this is where I think that we need to read between the lines here. And this is an important text message for me coming from Devlin. So all Jessica asked him was, did you hang up on me? Kind of a thing. And he's like, no, I didn't hang up on you. my phone died, so I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, so sorry, right? These are words of abuse, people. I'm so sorry. Oh my God, if you're mad, please don't be mad. Please don't be mad at me, right? If you're mad at me and won't answer my calls or texts right now, and she says, I'm not mad, hun. I'm at church. I'll call you when I get home, right? Catastrophe averted. But here's Devlin thinking, oh my God, my mom's going to be mad at me too, and she's going to cut me off from her love too. And who am I going to have to love me? Guys, guys. And then excuse me, and then Jess says, no, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at you, hon. I'm just at church. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't, I'm not mad. So she says, I'm home from church. I'm talking with her daughter's father, right? And she says, I'll call you right back. He says, I'll call you back again, right? So they're playing phone tag. And then Jessica talks about how Aunt Laura wasn't the one who called him. I don't know who was pretending to be Aunt Laura. I don't know if that's something, but I left it in there for that purpose. Also says, call me when you get this message and you're up. And he says, I'll call you right back. Are you still on the phone? Right. So they're playing phone tag. They also have made phone contact within these text messages. And please correct me if I'm wrong about anything, Jessica. Just feel free to just chime in and just say, hey, Lady Freedom, you got this wrong, or actually it was this way, you know. So um and Jess is like, why do you keep hanging up on me? Because he was having issues with the phone staying charged and on and stuff, and it kept him, going dark and blah blah blah. Kind of what he was saying in there. I don't know if maybe somebody was breaking his phone intentionally, or if he was breaking it when he was mad. I'm not sure, but a lot of times Devlin's phone would just drop the call or whatever. She, we see that in the text back and forth. So Jess is doing her day with her other son, paying her bills, momming it up, right? Um, I will call you back in a little bit, right? In a meeting right now. So Jessica's got meetings and things like that she goes to for AJ's health. And Devlin says, are you out of the meeting yet? And he sends her this, and she says, I'll call you back, and I think it was a screenshot. Um, but he's wondering about her and if she's out of the meeting. Then we go to I'm at Brandy's. Everybody is sleeping and I'm going to bed now. So good night. Good night. I love you. Charge your phone. Right. So Jess is like, make sure you charge your phone so I can get a hold of you and all of that stuff. And he sends her the Northern Lights, which is really sweet. Devlin's a sweet kid. You could tell he's just very kind and, loving. And you could absolutely tell he loved his mom. So then Jessica says, okay, Dot just called me and the one person she thought could help can't. So I literally can't do anything to get you here until I get paid at the end of the month. I'm going crazy right now trying to figure out how I can help you from so far away. And I feel that. I'm literally trying everything I can think of, right? So Jessica's kind of scrambling, trying to help Devlin out. Uh, why did you hang up on me when I asked you if you were afraid of the dark? He says, I did not hang up on you. My phone decided to die. So I suggest you stop saying that. Right. But Devlin's used to getting accused of all of this shit that he didn't do. So look at him, like, and I giggle a little bit, but I see him asserting himself in this way. And I'm proud of him when he does that as a person looking from the outside looking in. I'm like, good job, way to stick up for yourself, because he was getting crapped on, you know and he's she says, hey, you hung up on me before, so don't catch an attitude with me there, okay? And they're going back and forth, right? um and I kind of know Jessica. She's a literal person too, so them going back and forth, they're a lot alike. Sorry for hanging up on me. You better call me back. I'm worried about him. They're talking about AJ, right? Because he did have to be taken to the hospital. So I just got off the phone with the nurse and I'm taking AJ to the hospital. I'll get a hold of you as soon as I know something. I love you, Devlin, right? So Devlin's having issues where he's at. Jessica's dealing with AJ's sickness, right? Because, obviously, things weren't, bad enough. That's how life is, right? It just hits you like that. And so she's dealing with also trying to make sure Devlin's safe. And so he says, "What's going on?" And she talks about how, she spoke with her. Um, we're gonna keep AJ for observation, but he's comfortable, right? He's hooked to the machines. I'm gonna be staying here with him, and I'll keep you updated. And then Devlin sends her over a text message of someone that he was trying to get to let him stay with him because Devlin is dealing with not having a place to stay. And then he's dealing with having this like old rickety bike, right? And he's showing pictures of it. "I'm glad you were okay. I'm on my way to get AJ's meds right now." Oops, sorry. So Jessica again trying to get the meds, trying to go get on the way home. And then he tells her the package has been delivered for him. He's excited to show her. And it's the iced coffee, cinnamon toast crunch, looks really yummy. "I'm gonna have to call you back, babe, having problems with your brother right now." And he says, "Fine." Right. But again, I could also see where Devlin is feeling probably a little bit of a minor sibling rivalry there, right? Um I want to be around my mom, and my mom's got to take care of my brother, but I need my mom, and but I love my brother, that back and forth, internal back and forth. And I can see that and I can understand. And, with Devlin being taken from Jessica the way that he was unwarranted, in my opinion, there's got to be a fair amount of animosity um, when it comes to all of that. And, as there should be and as it would be expected. There's a lot of pain and hurt involved in that. Um, and she says, "What? Are you okay?" "About to go psycho because I can't find my headphone piece that I lost already tonight. LOL." Right? So he's making a joke. "I'm about to go psycho, right? Ha ha ha." You know, um, so and she says, shaking my head, "I just got to be there somewhere. Your brother almost ripped out his feeding tube," right? So she's having some issues with AJ's health. Again, guys, Jessica, and I tried to take out as much as the medical stuff because, without pulling away from the context, because Jessica's like, "I don't want everybody to worry about AJ and think that he's still sick," because he's not. He's not. It's just that he has, issues that may arise. And then also, people, kids, everybody gets sick from time to time. But sometimes it's worse when you have those other things going on. And so he says, "Hey, you got to understand something right now. I'm not in the mood. I didn't mean to upset you. If you don't want to talk to me anymore, fine. But just know I do love you." And see, Devlin's feeling rejected, in my opinion. Devlin is feeling rejected. He's feeling like Jessica at any moment is going to abandon him. At any moment, Jessica could cut her love off from him, and then he's stuck at square one, and he has no one who loves him, no one who cares for him, no one who will take him in. It's very sad, and it's not okay. It is the exact opposite of love. And then we see how they abuse him and treat him here in a little bit. So Devlin is very upset, guys. Obviously, multiple cry face emojis. He's very upset. He sends a message, "I'm upset right now and crying. Please call me before I do something stupid," right? So then he starts threatening. And again, forgive me because I'm not trying to victim blame or shame or anything right now. I completely understand where Devlin's coming from, right? Because he feels like he's going to lose his mom because they're always messing with his emotions like that. So he's afraid that anytime she doesn't respond back to him quick enough, that he is going to lose everything, right? Like she's gonna not love him anymore for the littlest thing because that's what he's told all the time by the Tates, and there's proof and text messages. So it's again not slander or hearsay. The proof is in the posts. The proof is in the texts. So he starts guilting Jessica, which again, I'm not guilting him. I'm just pointing it out for what it is, in my opinion. Your son is, he tells her, your son has had a heart attack because you won't answer him. And on top of that, a seizure as well. So Devlin was so upset and got himself so worked up that he ended up having a seizure. Faye, I mean, it's so absolutely heartbreaking, heart-wrenching, you know? I know, me and you. It is just like unbelievable. Unbelievable. And he lost her one time already. He sandwich, and he's scared to death that he's gonna lose her. So now he's like, you're gonna give me a heart attack. And then he's like, on top of it, I had a seizure. And um, and maybe he was fibbing a little bit. I don't know. Heaven forbid. I hope not. And but I'm just saying, even if he was, he might not have been in his right state of mind, right? He was upset. He was very upset, obviously. So, um, he can't get a hold of Jessica. He's like, WTF is going on? You realize I'm just trying to talk to you, right? Are you trying to ignore your own damn son, right? And then this is the part where comes out the abuse, the voice in your head, right? This is where all of those nasty things that Tammy likes to go around and spread and talk it to everyone. Everyone, guys. She's done it to me. Tamara's tried to rip me up so many times, you guys. If I showed you the book long emails that this woman sends me and just rips me to shreds on the daily. She hasn't sent me a new one, I don't think yet. I'm expecting one though. Um, she rips me up, tells me how horrible I am. I'm a fucking liar. I'm this, I'm that. Jessica's lying to me. I'm stupid for believing her. Insults my intelligence, yo. I'm like, excuse me? All the while, I'm going through 150 messages like these that Jessica has sent me to present to all of you fine folks. It's unbelievable that that woman can say anything to anyone, anytime, any place, anywhere, and just try to rip somebody up. And she did that to somebody like Devlin, who loved her, right? And who she was supposed to love and care for. So if she could do that to him, could do that to anyone. And she does. She does it on the daily, you guys. She wakes up and she is ready to hate, buddy, before her feet even hit the ground. This is your mom's neighbor. It's pretty effed up for you to be sending Jessica messages like this, considering how your mother has been in the hospital since yesterday afternoon after having a very bad seizure, collapsed and cracked the back of her head open. And I'm sorry, guys. It just, I have your brother and I'll be bringing AJ and this phone up to her in a few hours to check on her and see how she's doing. And he says back, your son needs you. He's not good. And we are afraid he's not going to make it. So call him. Right. So again, with this text message here, it leads me to believe that Devlin he just wanted to talk to his mom desperately, desperately. Hey, Carrie. And he's so scared to death because she hasn't called him. And it didn't occur to him to think that something could have happened with her being an epileptic. Right. And those things happen. Um, My mother had grand mal seizures due to brain tumors. She was not epileptic or anything like that, but it was caused by the brain tumors. And I'm here to tell you guys, it's a very scary experience all around for everybody involved. Like for someone to witness someone else have a seizure, and then for the person who's having it, it's scary because they could hurt themselves while they're seizing. Um, it's very serious. And so the neighbor says, "Who am I speaking with?" Like I said, I'm her neighbor. Jessica is currently hospitalized after having a very bad seizure, collapsed and cracked the back of her head open yesterday afternoon. What's going on with her son? I'll let her know when I bring her phone and her baby up to see her. And thank God for the neighbor. Shout out to the neighbor. And then there's a text message from Jess saying, "Are you okay?" Or excuse me, there's a text message from Devlin saying, "Are you okay?" Jessica writes back, I'll call back in a second, babe. I'm being discharged from the hospital right now. Looks like I might have an 18-year-old babysitter for a few days, right? That's good. Just make sure you're doing okay. And I had wanted you to listen to this song, right? So that's all he wanted, to make sure that his mom was okay and that he and that she wasn't mad at him and that she wasn't going to abandon him. Thank you, Jen. Right? Because Devlin didn't mention anything else about how he was sick or anything like that after this. And who knows who even wrote that message to Jessica, if Devlin wasn't very upset and then one of them took his phone and said that as him. It's just highly manipulative behavior, Holly. It's so bad. It's just so bad. Um, and again, thank you, Jessica, for being so strong so people can really see what's really going on. Because it's real easy to get up on Facebook and run your mouth, but it's absolutely gut-wrenching and so heartbreaking to sit here and read Devlin's words and see what Jessica was actually going through and what Devlin was actually going through and what his baby brother, sorry, AJ, to put you last, buddy, because you're not, was going through. And Tamara wants to make it about her, and Sabrina wants to make it about her, and they do nothing but try to make money right off the bat instead of actually searching or doing anything to try to find Devlin. And they attack other people who are trying to find him. No, ma'am. He said, "That's good, just making sure you're okay, and I had wanted you to listen to a song called Only Hope that I'm listening to right now," because he wanted to feel connected to his mother. I want you to listen to this song with me, Mom, that I'm listening to right now so we can feel closer and connected. And these are messages from 2024. So this shit's been going on for a long time, a very long time. Thank you, CC. It's so hard to read these guys. Like I said, it's hard, you know? This is raw. This is real. She says, "I'll call you back in a half hour," right? Even though she's going through all of that, guys, when you after you have a seizure, my mom described it as it felt like somebody had run her over with a train. And before you get one, all you know is that she said that she would experience like an aura all of a sudden and that she'd actually have a seizure after. So that's the warning and then the aftermath, and she's still making sure that she's getting back to her son, who she obviously knows is hurting and needs her, and she's only one person. She's only one person. So this is just a random text, in the thread to keep context because I wanted to make sure that there was no ifs, ands, or buts about it, that Jessica sent me every single bit of their conversation and didn't take anything out of it. Every single thing. Tried calling you back, it's going straight to voicemail. So he says this to her. So I don't know where Devlin was exactly. And Jessica, please feel free to, explain in the chat. What and guys, if there's something that Jessica doesn't want to answer, please be respectful and don't look at it as that she's trying to withhold information. This is such sensitive stuff that we're going over, and I'm not even going to read all of it. So Devlin says that was forced by a girl that if he didn't, have sex with her, that she was going to call the police and say that she had been raped by him, right? And so Jessica's like, "What the how? Can you give me some more information? Would you care to elaborate on that?" Right? Um, and God only knows the people that Devlin was around in that town that could take advantage of him. And so he goes on to say what happened to him, and Jessica goes on, sorry, I just went haywire. To say, who is this girl? How did you meet her? You know that men can be raped too, right? It's not just women. She's trying to explain to her son and help him through this because what a weird situation to be in. And again, I'm not going to continue to read everything, but she's asking, where did this all happen? You only did this because you were threatened that she would cry rape if you didn't, and trying to understand what is going on here, right? And this is all in the midst of what she was going through as well personally. And he says, basically, and she says, where are you? Does Sandra know about this? And he says, no, and she won't, right? No, and she won't. Devlin had a voice. Devlin was talking and sticking up for himself. Very disturbing, Detroit. And then putting him out there to be vulnerable in the world where we know. Sandra is his adoptive mother, Jen. Sandra is that he's referring to Sandra Tait, because she's the one that's there, right? And so Jessica's like, well, does anybody know about this? Am I the only one? So, and he's like, why didn't you answer? Or she says, why didn't you answer the phone after you sent me all this? Where are you right now, babe? Are you somewhere safe? So Jessica's worried about Devlin's safety. Where are you right now? I hope you're somewhere safe in the house and about to leave for a while, if not all night. I will call you in a few minutes, right? So they obviously had that phone call. Just got home, put some groceries away, she tells him. And do I have it on? Okay, there we go. Hey guys. Still sleeping. He's hooked up and he will be leaving from 9 to 12, right? My time. So she's coordinating everything with AJ and everything. And she's checking in to see if he's okay. Missed the call from him. And now he says to her, charges are coming my way. And also there was a picture of AJ, so that's why I took out the rest of this text here, the one that I just showed. She says, "What's wrong, babe? What happened?" And he said, "Let's just say blame Matthew." Right? Here's Sandra in one. That's right, Mr. Biggles. You bark at that because that's something we should be aware of. Right? That he got the two bark salute for that, right? So we got Sandra in one and we got Matthew to blame in the next. Guys, this is every day that he talked to his mother. Through texting, on the phone, you know? No, Jen, Matt has his pedophile and crime wife that drives him around. She's the chauffeur, and she also facilitates, him having inappropriate relations with little children who can't give consent. Freaking monster. preying on, he's just a predator. Um, Again, OMG, what the hell is this? What the hell is this major malfunction? So again, OMG, what the fuck is this major malfunction? Where are you right now? You somewhere safe? Did you take your meds, right? So she's reminding him, she wants him to be safe. I mean, it had to just been horrible. And he's going to try and make it where he's my adult guardian. And he's going to try to make it to where he's my adult guardian. So left and right, they're holding this shit over his head with the guardianship. Thank you, Lil Red. I try really hard to make sure everything has one. And again, when I want to, excuse me, when other people want to say that, I'm lying or I'm giving Jessica special concessions, I'm not. I never have. I've always kept it professional with Jessica, but I also do care about her because nobody should ever have to deal with this shit, especially Devlin. But look at what she was having to deal with here, you guys. Like, how can I not say anything about that and completely be stoic with her? That's never going to happen. That will never, ever happen because my heart goes out to somebody that has had to deal with something like this. Um, so Devlin is just having a time, right? And Matt's threatening to become his guardian. How can a pedophile become someone's guardian? He's a registered sex offender. Anyone want to come out of the woodwork for Matt in that question? Or are we going to have some more crickets again? Right? Oh yeah, sandwich, because it was her sister that happened to by Matt and Lorraine. Because Matt's wife is just as sick and twisted as he is. And then they like to tease little kids, right? Or young people. So she says, you're afraid of him. Tell whoever talks to you about it that you're afraid of him and we need to get you here as soon as possible. Like, what the fuck is he? Or, excuse me, he has threatened your life before. So Jessica's so worried right now, right? Tell them that you're afraid of him because he's threatened your life before. And then Devlin says, exactly, 100%. And see why he doesn't want to lose her, you guys? You see why he's terrified of losing her? She's validating his feelings and saying it's going to be okay. And hey, I know he's done this. Oh, totally, Jeff. I mean, they're just, it's, like, it's repulsive, repulsive, And then he tells Jessica, hold on one second, guys. What's wrong, buddy? Hold on one second. Okay, sorry guys. So, um, he tells Jessica that he's so excited for tomorrow because he's going to see a person named Gwen, and I don't know who that is or if it's a friend, girlfriend, somebody. Um, what's tomorrow? Did you take your meds? Where are you right now? Right? And he says, I'm in bed. I took my meds, gonna go see Gwen. So that sounds good. He's got a friend or somebody to see, maybe a girlfriend. Okay, I love you. And when I talk to your dad's mom tomorrow, I'll tell her what you just told me. And that way she understands just how important it is that we get you here to me ASAP. Okay. Are you okay, babe? Yes. And now, guys, they can be as mad as they want. Okay, she's a school friend. Thanks, Jen. Thank you. I keep going between the two J's here. Thank you, Jessica, for confirming that. And so, you know, he's basically, in my opinion, from what I see here, is that he's trying to get his mom. Jessica's trying to get him with her, so that way she can, he can get out of this turmoil, out of this toxic situation, out of this fucked up family dynamic. And, you know, that's their plan. That's what they're planning on doing, right? So it wouldn't be odd to me that if they upset Devlin, or if he got mad for any reason, even if it was his own reason, didn't have anything to do with anybody else, he might say, I can't wait to go live with my mom, or you guys think you guys can only do this to me for so long because I'm going to live with my mom, or when my mom finds out about this, she's going to kick your butt, stuff like that, you know. So, and Jessica sends him this on Tuesday morning, September 10th, says, "What the F is going on? I'm effed up in the head. Talk to me, babe," she says. "I feel like a worthless POS." Devlin saying this to his mother. "I feel like a worthless POS." And I'm here to tell you that Tamra has tried to make me feel like a worthless POS myself when she's really the one that's the worthless POS. So I feel this when I see Devlin say that. I can tell you probably who's making him feel like a worthless POS without even batting an eyelash. Because she's tried to do it to me, but I'm too strong-minded, right? That's why she likes to pick on kids, and she likes to pick on people who are still developing and who don't, don't have any choice, right? She's the worst kind of bully, in my opinion. And so we got Devlin sending mom some lyrics, right? And I'm not gonna psychoanalyze the lyrics, but basically, um, he's sending her a song about his feelings. You know what I mean? Devlin seemed to have a very poetic soul, where if he heard a song, it hit him, and he would think of somebody, or you know what I'm saying? Like, and he would share it with that person and tell them, "I love you." Like, he was a very, he is a very good and kind-hearted person, that understands the importance of sharing with people that you love them, not telling them, "Don't tell me not to, that you love me," or "Don't ever tell me you love me again," or any of that stuff. He wants to give love and he wants to receive love. So Jessica says that's our song, Only Hope. Thank you, Jessica. And I too express myself through music by Mandy Moore. That's cute. And I think that's important. Yes, I'm showing yeah. Yeah, it's right before the missing event, not thank you, Jen. Right. This is not right before it. I have shared some from right before it, and we're gonna get there. But what I asked Jessica to do, and she so graciously did, was let's go back a little bit further to where when you guys started were talking, and I said specifically send me instances of abuse that was happening, with Devlin. And I didn't even realize that it was gonna be so horrible. I really didn't. I really didn't. Thank you. Oh, Little Red, that means the world to me. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're all in denial about what was going on in the family and covering up the abusers. Yeah, they've done that for years, Detroit. Yeah, absolutely. In my opinion, nobody was sticking up for Devlin or helping him with what happened to him. It's sick and twisted. It is. It is. Yeah, and that's the thing, and then he would go and talk to his mom, and she was at a loss for what to do. She was trying to figure out how to get him there, to her, which is, you know, not an ideal situation either, you know, um, because it does cost money, and then Devlin did have some situations that he had to take care of, but I believe that kid was in survival mode big time. Everything that he did was to survive. Even if he did do bad things, what there was a group of kids that he broke into that, place with that wasn't a survival thing. Um, that was more, in my opinion, a peer pressure thing. But then again, we've all been in those situations and we've all had to live through that. We've all had to pay our own consequences and blah, blah, blah. So for me, when I see that, I'm like, well, that's just part of growing up, right? Um, and Jessica tells him that that's not even close to what you are, and she's referring to his text message, where he's calling himself a worthless piece of shit. That's not even close to what you are. Stop saying that about yourself, Devlin. I'm now in heaven in my head. So he sends her a song, right? And he's now escaping his own reality of crap that is the Tates, in my opinion. Walking on eggshells, living in a living hell. I want you to listen to the song I just sent you by Pink. He says, I can't, no service. There's something going on with my phone. I can't get it to stay on. I'll be talking to Boost first thing tomorrow. Are you all right, babe? Right? So they're just always openly communicating with each other back and forth. So Devlin again, and he said this before, guys, in terms of not wanting to be around and things. Let's just say I'm about to kill myself. What's going on here? Or excuse me, what's going on? Where are you? And she says, what happened, Devlin? And Devlin says, Sandra's being a bitch, not going to talk about it. Let's just say I got told I'm not allowed to tell her I love her anymore. So that makes him feel so bad inside that he doesn't want to live anymore. How sad is that? But Sandra's supposed to be celebrated as a mother who gives so many shits about Devlin, you know? No way. No way, Jose. So he says, let's just say I got told I'm not allowed to tell her I love her anymore twice. And she says, WTF, you can't talk, or you can talk to me about anything, love. I hope you know that. I want you to listen to that song I sent you earlier when you get the chance, right? Because she's trying to help him cope, and she knows that he likes to listen to music to cope, and it makes him feel like he's in heaven in his head, right? Which takes away his stress, which makes him feel better. I love that song, Jess. I've shared it on my channel page. And it's true. You can make wrong turns in your life, but you dig your way out, and it makes you stronger, right? And never believe that you're a worthless piece of crap, no matter who tells you that. No one's a worthless piece of crap in this world. We were all made by God. She says, I tried calling you back and I was getting your brother medical supplies and signing for them when you called, right? So, your phone must have died. Again, there were some pictures of AJ in there that I wanted to, take out because there's some weirdos. I did leave this one in. Says yes, it did, because that one you can't really see him. His eyes are closed and stuff. He's a cutie pie for sure. If those cops leave and leave you alone, better call me back. Whoops, a daisy. Sorry, guys. Okay, so Jessica says, if those cops leave and leave you alone, you better call me back immediately. Better yet, I'd love to talk to cop, talk to that cop and find out what the fuck is going on. Okay, call me back as soon as you can. I'm shaking really bad, worried about you. So, and Jessica, please feel free to elaborate in the comments about this as well. Kind of what happened here, because I'm guessing it was around that time with Sandra saying that Devlin did something that he didn't do. Yeah, exactly, Paige. Paige says, I have a special needs son and we have our special ways too. So I get it. Well, and when, you know, Jessica comes into Devlin's life when he's 18, he's grown, you know, he's grown. So it's tough for her, right? Because she can't really mother or parent him. She can to a certain extent, and she does. Like, here, you need to call me young man immediately, right? That's a mother, right? Sorry. That's what a mother does, but it's difficult. Like, I mean, yeah, do you think she wanted him, vaping? No, No, she didn't want him vaping, but she couldn't do anything about it. He's 18. And then she's like, that's going to really piss everybody off. Yeah, I sure will. I sure will, Jess. Hold on one second. And nobody better take this link but Jessica. Okay, Jess, I sent it if you just click it from the chat. So she says, Devlin, I need you to call me or text me or call Brandy or text Brandy, the one that was going to bring you to the airport. It's been over an hour and I need to know what's going on, or if you have been arrested, right? And you need to call me immediately, young man, right? Mama ain't easy. Uh, good afternoon, I think. Way too tired to do the math right now. How did you sleep? You good? Where are you right now? My phone was in my pocket. It never rang. Call me back. If you have problems at night, call me. I don't give a F what time it is. Call me. That's an order. And of course, I don't know what drove Devlin to talk to his mom like that, but I think he was worried about her since she had the seizure the last time. Hold on one second. Let me get Jessica up here. Hey, Jess, how are you?
I've been better. It's not been a good few days for me. Today's 7 months and 1 day, and then on top of that, Azul's original owner just showed up at my house today.
I know I saw that in the chat a little. I didn't mean to put that on the screen.
Oh
I
no,
don't know.
you're fine. It's like I don't know
Comments
what
in.
to do.
Yeah, I know. I know. It's got to be just a feeling of one thing after another. Sandra is Tamara's
It really
mother.
is.
So, Jess, when
Yes.
this happened, is this pertaining to when we didn't, because I did the recorded call with you? Was that we just read off? Was that pertaining to Devlin might be getting arrested for the stuff that was going down with Sandra, or how was that?
No, actually, that's completely unrelated to any of that. So Devlin was already on probation. He was staying at Tammy's. They had already got the false domestic charge on him. And he was really upset one night. He was walking down towards the river and he had a fake gun, a toy gun in his pocket. And he
Oh,
was making really off the wall comments. And of course, he's got me in Bluetooth headphones. He's on the phone with me and a lady overheard something about him having a gun in his pocket and he was going down to the river and he's all like suicidal and everything, and the cops pulled up on him, weapons drawn and everything, thinking that my son had like a real actual gun in his pocket and that he was going to either kill himself or somebody else. So I was in like pure panic mode.
oh yeah. Well, especially with everything leading up to this, like, I can't imagine like how you would be feeling when you're getting that phone call. Really quick, guys, this is just like a quick family tree. It's not, complete or anything by any stretch of the imagination, but um Sandra is Devlin's adopted mom with Bill Tait, right? They adopted him. And um yeah, so that's Tamara's daughter. Sandra is her daughter, and then her daughter is Sabrina. So that's how you got that going.
And Devlin's not biologically related to any of them. Devlin's father is in prison. My ex-husband is
Right.
not his father.
Yeah, because I know it's kind of a weird dynamic there. Oh, do we have an echo? Jess, am I up at all in your background? Like, or do you have me the live stream playing at all?
Yeah. Well, I don't
You
know
might have to
what I
turn
have
it down.
playing actually.
You might just have to turn the whole stream down, like, it's kinda like being on the radio, like, if you're playing the radio in the background, you can hear the feedback. I don't know, it's weird.
Well, actually, you might hear the space heater in the back.
So, with all of this, you are getting these text messages from Devlin. Obviously, you were having some issues with your medical problems, like you were saying to Devlin that you had a seizure.
Yeah,
I think it's odd.
I shut down Circle K. I was in line. I was paying for an horchata, and I think I'd bought in something else. And I ran my card, and I paid for my items. And as soon as I was going to take my items, next thing I knew, I was on the ground. And I shut down Circle K. They had to clear everybody out and call the ambulance.
Wow. And do you think that your seizures are stress related, or what have you been told by your doctors and stuff about that? Is that something that kind of triggers that, or how does that work for you?
I I am an epileptic. I also have a very rare medical condition called hydrocephalus, and three out of my four children have that as well. It's where you have too much fluid on your brain. It can cause grand mal seizures on top of a lot of other different things. Um, also, I have severe PTSD with other mental health problems, and my seizures are also PTSD induced, meaning that yes, stress does cause a number of my seizures as well as other medical conditions causing them.
Gotcha. Thank you for explaining that to us all because I know it can be different for you can have those issues for different reasons and you know, so thank you for letting us know specifically. And you were telling Devlin here about how, you're, to handle things in case that happens and, getting him to understand too. How did Devlin take that when you was that worry him a lot? I mean, obviously that kind of sounds like a stupid question, but like how did that affect Devlin?
Devlin, might be 19, but mentally he's not 19.
Hmm.
And he is very worried about me and his brother. His brother's got a lot of health issues as well. So the time difference between us and Michigan right now it's 2 hours because your guys' time changes. Mine does not. We don't do the time change here. So right now you guys are 2 hours ahead of me because the time just changed. But when these text messages are going back and forth, Michigan was 3 hours ahead of us. Devlin don't care about the time difference. If he needs me, he needs me. And if I don't answer my phone when it's convenient for Devlin, it don't matter what I have going on. If I don't answer it when it's convenient for him, he'll send the Yuma sheriff over to my house to do a welfare check just to make sure that me and his brother are okay. In fact, one of the people that constantly was coming over to do a welfare check is the same sheriff that I handed a stack of missing flyers to, and one of the same sheriffs that showed up two of the times that my house has been searched for Devlin since his disappearance. They have searched my home 3 times looking for my son. He's not here. I wish he was, but he's not here.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing that, has been kind of flying around online, and that's just, I think, more so because people haven't heard your side of the story or they're not as familiar because anytime you've ever tried to come out and share anything, you have the freaking flying monkeys, I like to call them, but they act like vultures, just waiting to pick over everyone's statements. And, that's not fair for you, because I think this is a very good indication, just reading these text messages, as personal as they are, to understand what was really, what the relationship between y'all really was, and, you know, um, and how things
You want to
really
call
work.
people, I mean, you want to call people vultures and stuff like that, like with the GoFundMe thing that you set up for me. I have been
Mhm.
against that since day one. I did not want that, especially after Sabrina, stole the reward money and all that. I
Mhm.
finally agreed to let you do it, and I immediately got attacked. And, it's pretty funny that people still want to be on Sabrina's side. Sabrina is actively trying to stop people from donating to the GoFundMe to try to get me home or to hire a PI. Because coming from Sabrina's mouth, because I have a special needs son here that I'm taking care of, she doesn't think that I'm going to use the GoFundMe money the way that it's meant to be used. Coming from the thief herself.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's really crazy to me, is that, because I mean, yeah, you're right. And I told you a lot of times where I was like, I just think that it'd be a good idea, so that way we can get you some help fast to get you there, or we can get somebody boots on the ground there looking into everything. And you're like, no, I don't want to do that because of what happened with Sabrina. And sure enough, instead of her just leaving your GoFundMe alone, she's the one that is swooping in and, you know, um, saying
Actively
that,
getting
getting a
people not
caught
to
on it.
donate.
It's weird.
Like,
It's weird. I would be quiet. If I did that and I got caught doing that, I would just be quiet from now on. I would never, but the audacity, is high in that one. She's got a
I
lot
mean,
of audacity.
it's working. She's actively convincing people not to donate. That GoFundMe has been around for a little while now, and it's only reached $135. That is not enough to get me and AJ back to Michigan to look for my son, and it's not enough to hire a private investigator. So it's like, what's the point?
It'd be enough to do
Nobody's going to
anything.
help me.
Yeah, it's there, no, but that's another thing, and I don't want to go down that rabbit hole tonight because it's not productive. But I will tell you this. I will tell you this. That area is a small little area, and those people don't have anything on the internet as a whole. So even though it seems like they're sabotaging stuff, they're not really getting anywhere. That's why they're so upset, Jessica. You're so strong, and they don't like it because you are winning, and you are doing the right things by Devlin. You are trying to find him. They're not going to like it. They're going to try to give you pushback however they can. Um,
Can you,
but
can you
for
explain
all of them
something
to
to me,
gang up
Lady
on you,
Freedom?
I understand why you'd be frustrated. I do. I do.
Can you explain something for me, Lady Freedom, since you have me up here? I've been saying a lot in the chat today and last night, and I think you've agreed to it too. That y'all are saying that the Tates are jealous of me. What in the hell do they got to be jealous of me for? I'm nobody.
Well, I'm about to show you guys because I put that in the video. And it's in here later after we get through these text messages, but Devlin was absolutely shouting Bill Tate out as his father and then shouting you out as his mother. And when I saw that, as sweet as it is and as endearing and heartfelt as it is, for me to see that, it scared me because I thought that that could be a motive for them hurting Devlin because of hatred, because of rage, because of jealousy, are all motives, and that was a very strong motive. um
But
and
what
looking at it,
about me
that's
do
why,
they
like,
have to be jealous of? Like, that's what I don't get. There's nothing special about me. Like, what can they possibly be jealous of me for?
well, there is something special about you. You're his mom, and that is a very special bond. I mean, I'm telling you, Jess, my losing my mother was one of the hardest things that's ever happened to me in life, in general. And I could see by Devlin's text messages, even though they're kind of manipulative and he gets a little bit, rough about things and mom, you better call me back and everything. And you're not calling him back because you don't want to, it's because you can't at the time or whatever. But you could
Oh yeah,
definitely see
and
he felt
that was
he
all
didn't want
him
to lose
too.
you.
Nobody had his phone.
You were
That was
his
all
lifeline.
Devlin too. No, nobody had Devlin's phone. That was all him too.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for, yeah, because I wasn't sure if I was thinking maybe somebody had his phone, but, it was an outward
No,
projection.
no, he was trying to get me to talk, and I couldn't.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's very, very sweet and everything, but then the dynamic that's causing that is not. It's super toxic, and it's not fair, and always remember that you are special, Jessica. You're very special to Devlin, that's very apparent. That's why I let him have the last word. Um on any of it. I was like, everybody else doesn't get to have an opinion. Now it's Devlin's time to shine because he deserves to have his voice. And that's what he was posting about you. And Bill Tate, I mean, and that's how Devlin felt. Devlin missed him a lot. We saw that in the messages. But for that dynamic to be there where there was that jealousy right there is that ugly, envy's one of the seven deadly sins.
Hey, the screenshot that you got up on the screen right now. Hey, big, just waking back up. I'll call you soon, so don't call the cops. I'm okay. That right there is in reference to him calling the cops and sending them over here to do a welfare check on me.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Jess. No, it's like everything that you've told me is, been solid, like it makes sense into the timeline of events. We're seeing it play out here. And again, not everybody would feel comfortable going to this extent. And I want everyone in out Lake Odessa, Ionia County, Hastings, Asbury County. I want all of them to see this. They need to see this. They need to open their eyes. They need to wake up because it's not blame Jessica. It's not blame Devlin. It's blame whoever could have either taken him because I can't see him being out there not calling anybody against, he would have to be held against his will, in my opinion.
Not for 7 months. My son didn't run away. He lived on social media. His social media presence has completely vanished. I haven't heard from him. Friends at school that he referred to as sissy has not heard from him. Yeah, that's not my son. My son's not afraid to go up to a perfect stranger and be like, hey, something's going on. Can I use your phone, please? I need to call my mom. That's how Devlin was. And Devlin has
Survival.
not done that.
Yeah, he's a tough kid, he survives, right? He would make sure he made it, but he'd also make sure that he called the people he loved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sandra would have heard from him by now. He would have for sure called Sandra by now. He would have called me by now.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what's horrible, and Detroit, I try so hard, and Jessica tries so hard, oh, Jen says, mute your mic when I'm talking, Jess, so we don't have the feedback and echo, the static and echo, I guess is still bad. Um, and I want them to be able to hear what you're saying. Thank you, Jen. Thanks, guys, for letting us know. Um, yeah, jealous of a good person. Jealous of a good person. And the thing is that in my opinion, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jessica, but it seems like, you were just trying and trying and trying to get him to you and you couldn't in the time frame that you needed to be, and then also all of this negativity that they're saying only an egg donor is completely not true because you and Devlin built a relationship from the time you guys got reunited, which was around the time he turned 18, so for about a year until he went missing.
Almost a year. It was coming on a year right before Devlin went missing. I got back in contact with him 2 weeks after he turned 18. And an egg donor? An egg donor don't care about their child, and an egg donor will willingly give up their child if they don't have an abortion. My OB doctor wanted me to have an abortion because of my medical condition. I was told I was going to die giving childbirth because of my medical conditions. I fought to have Devlin. I fought tooth and nail before my child was practically stolen from me.
Yeah, I believe that about you because you're a fighter. That's just in your nature to do so, you know? It's just the way that you are, and you're tough. You're you're just a very tough individual. You don't crumble under the pressure. I mean, you have your moments like everybody does. You're a human being, but you also stay strong. And, that's a very admirable trait to have nowadays. And the honesty factor is a big one for me because, I've tried to ask people the simplest questions in this case and they don't want to answer me, or they try to lie to me and get one over on me, and it's very frustrating. um, so Devlin wants you to listen to the whole thing, right? And then you guys are making these phone calls, and I laughed about that, so I kind of left it in there. But you had your cat, and your cat was, acting up or getting sick or something, and you guys were talking. So you're telling him, hey, don't call me for 45 minutes. They're installing some internet at the apartment, and that you're getting some new cable. So you guys are just very openly, and I left these in here just to show that you're talking back and forth, that I didn't take a bunch of stuff out. Those guys are gone now cooking eggs. He's like, "Where's mine?" And you guys are talking about that, and you guys are being silly back and forth, and then he's worried that you blocked him, and you're like, "No, I'll call you right back." And um he is wanting to talk to you desperately again, and you had to have had been getting your spidey senses alerted anytime he's like, "Hey, I need to talk to you. Did you block me? Oh my god." Because like he seems like he's getting a hold of you frantic. How could you explain that a little bit, or how you saw it from your perspective?
Whenever Devlin is freaking out trying to get a hold of me, nothing good can come of that. That either means that he's upset about Bill because he regularly got upset about the fact that Bill's no longer alive, or it had something to do with the way that he was being treated by somebody in that family. A lot of them were mistreating him, so I can only say somebody because it could have been any person at any given time.
Right, and we see that in the text message. One day it's, Tammy, the next day it's Matt, ultimately when Sabrina moves in with him, and it's Will, Sabrina, and her little one, that's when they start having major issues. So it was a lot in everybody. And so now we're talking about the egg donor situation. You say, "Why, babe? What's going on?" He says, "Because she told me not to call you." And I'm sorry, Jessica, I know this is so tough. "Because she told me not to call you, mom, that all you will ever be to me is an egg donor, and I'm sick of it, and I will be going to bed soon," right? He's tired of this shit. He's tired of it. And then you said you can call me whenever you want, and she cannot stop you. And I commend you for keeping that open line of communication, and also giving Devlin the confidence to be very assertive, with himself, and enough is enough kind of a thing. You say, "I love you, babe, I love you too." And he says, "Behave to you," being silly with you. A friend of mine is going through the same thing. We are with her daughter, and she found her on Facebook, but scared of reaching out. And you're sharing an experience with a friend of yours, that's going through the same thing, right? And um, you're like, "What's your question?" He says, On my way to GR, an appointment for someone, Tammy's appointment. I'm calling my card to check on the money right now." And he says, "Okay," right? Because you're going to help him with his phone bill. And so you're talking about transferring monies over and all of that jazz. And you're, communicating with him about that. And then we have, okay, well, chatting with a person for free housing. And you said, that's what's up. Keep me posted. I love you, babe. Okay. I'm leaving the house now to go to Walmart and Boost, you say to him. And he says, 10-4, looking good. And he starts laughing. And then, I was laughing about these because you're like dork and laughed with him. What's the security pin for your phone again? And you guys put that in there. Your phone bill just got paid. So you paid his phone bill, which was really nice, mom. And that's what good moms do, even when our kids are 18 and they don't think they're, our kids anymore. We still do that. So, and then, you're like, did you hang up? Or maybe he thought you guys hung up or whatever. I'm not sure if you guys had a call again, but then, you awake, babe? Do you want me to call you now? And then, there was another appointment for AJ. I took that part out. On your way back, Yuma, leaving the hospital, right? I assume your phone died. Yes, right? Because his phone was dying a lot. That's another reason I wanted to put that in there, just to show that. And now this is where Devlin is really upset again. He says, I need you and I need you now. Tammy threatened me that if I don't stay here, she is going to have me arrested. Right? And then you're like,
And
probably again,
mind you, at this point in time, he is not court ordered to stay at Tammy's. He can't be at Sandra's, but he's not court ordered at this point in time to stay at Tammy's.
right. Okay. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And then you're telling him some good news that you are moving into the apartment and a bigger apartment. Can you explain that a little bit to the audience, just for a refresher? Because I know all this, but
Yes, and this actually ties into why this situation with Azul is so upsetting today. Um, Not this past September 26th, that's when I adopted Azul, but September 26th of last year, before Devlin went missing, Devlin was supposed to move to Arizona and be with me. And in order to prevent that from happening, is why they got the false domestic violence charge on Devlin to prevent him from moving out here to be with me. Now, when we were planning all of this, AJ and I lived in the same building that I currently live in now, but we lived on the other side of the building in apartment 5, and that was a studio apartment. Well, I can't have, an 18-year-old boy, a almost 3-year-old boy, and myself in a studio. So I talked to my landlord and my maintenance man, and there was a bigger apartment that had opened up, and I was gonna, move over here so Devlin could move in with me. Now, a year after that, Devlin's missing, and I'm having a really, really bad time coping. I'm dealing with this by myself with a special needs 3-year-old, and everybody online against me because of the Taits and the lies that they're calling or telling, I mean. And so I went to the Humane Society on September 26th, the exact day a year prior that Devlin was supposed to move in with me, and I adopted Azul. I was looking at him online for a few months. He came into the Yuma Humane Society as a stray with no backstory. Today marks 7 months and 1 day since my son's been missing. Nothing in this case adds up. Nothing makes any sense, and I have no closure. And as I'm walking Azul so he can take care of his business and do what he's got to do, a guy in a really small, weird looking truck started following me. And eventually he ended up following me home. As I got home with Azul, there is a clear reaction or relationship between him and my dog. My dog clearly knows him. Come to find out, it's his previous owner, and his previous owner wants him back.
Mm, I see. I know that you told me that he didn't have any, like when you got him, I remember you saying he doesn't have a past record of anything. He came in as a stray, so they probably just picked him up off of, wherever. I'm so sorry to hear that, Jessica. I missed a lot of that in the chat, so thank you for getting me up to speed on it. And so then did he take Azul tonight or what happened?
Azul is still with me for now, and of course, that's not even his real name. I have all his paperwork. He is microchipped in my name. And in the contract and paperwork that I signed, it says that I can't give him to anybody or sell him to anybody, or I can get in trouble for that. It violates the contract of the adoption. And I told this guy that. He wants his dog back. He gave me his phone number. I'm freaking out. I don't know what to do. Like, do I need to call Humane Society Monday and inform them what happened today? Like, I'm freaking out. I bought him because I'm not okay. He's supposed to be helping me with my mental health right now with this whole disappearance case, and now I'm about to lose him.
I mean, I would call wherever, that you got him from, which is the Humane Society, and I would tell them that like his owner came up to me and I could tell that's really his owner. Maybe they can help you out, but as far as you getting him from there and going through that process, I don't think you have much to worry about other than the fact that that guy is not going to be too thrilled, but I don't think that you're going to lose your dog. I mean, I really don't because you paid for him and, you know, um, you know, yeah. Well, we're going to definitely keep you in our prayers for that. If anybody knows anything about that, like I know Joe in chat, I think is around the Arizona area. Maybe he could help out with some resources or something, but I'm gonna tell you just from me listening to what you've said, I think personally that since you have all of that paperwork, you should be just fine. I really do. I think you should be okay with that, even though I know it's got to be difficult um with knowing that you know, this is also added to your plate. Um, I know, Sam. I know. Well, and it's Sandwich says, "What are the odds?" Um, but I think I would definitely call that way you can get the whatever paperwork for that guy and I would send it to him and just say, "I'm really sorry. I don't know how you lost your dog, but I ended up getting getting the dog." So, um, but going back to this, so you were talking about how you got a bigger apartment for you and Devlin to live in, and you live in that apartment still to this day, right?
Yes, I do, because I need, this bigger space. Not only, is AJ getting too big to still remain in the studio apartment, but, granted, Devlin is found safe. He's going to need somewhere to come home to, because I will fight tooth and nail. There is no way in hell, if my son's going to be okay, that he is going back to those people.
Oh
I
yeah,
will take the case.
I don't even think it would be a matter of that at all. Catching nothing. It's about the facts. And I think that it's absolutely um it's a no-brainer. And Devlin, that's the thing that you have to always remember at this juncture, Jessica. Devlin has full reign an ability to say where he wants to go, when he wants to go, and all of that kind of stuff. And I think that that's a major problem in this case with the law enforcement officers because that judge gave that power to Devlin. But on the flip side of it, if he is found safe and he gets to decide, because I haven't discounted that he's not out there somewhere. He could be in any amount of places. I mean, there's homeless camps that will take care of people, and if Devlin decided that he just wanted to say screw it to everyone, maybe he did. I just don't see him doing it for this long, and so then that brings me back to thinking that either someone took him or like that he didn't go willingly, in other words, and he didn't go willingly.
Devlin would have gotten a hold of somebody by now. There's no way that he wouldn't have reached out to somebody by now, especially with the way that he lived on his phone and he lived on social media.
Yeah, I just don't think would do that, I just don't. Um so with all of this, again, we have Devlin feeling bad about himself. Are you mad at me for hanging up on you because it was me on the phone, and he has a tendency to hang up randomly, right? So you guys are talking back and forth. There's a lot of the going ons with the phone dying and stuff like that. Do you want to elaborate on that any? Like, in terms of how his phone was dying,
Sorry.
because like, I've
Yeah,
never
I was
I know
trying
you've
to
never been on
unmute
mute.
my mic.
No
I was
worries.
trying to
Yeah.
unmute my mic, but it didn't want to work. Yeah, Devlin was having a lot of problems keeping charges on his phones. Devlin went through a lot of different phone numbers, in not even a year's time frame. Because he, like me, has a tendency of dropping things, or he would get mad and he would break his phones. So I was paying his phone bills for a while on different numbers, and then there came a time where I actually bought a phone here in Yuma, Arizona, added it to my Boost plan, and I mailed the phone from Arizona to Sandra's house, even though Devlin was living with Tammy at the time. Um, this particular phone bill that I paid in these screenshots is not the same phone that I bought him. It's his own phone. But he went through a lot of phones, and a lot of it was him not being able to charge it, or his phone would stop working, or the bill wasn't getting paid fast enough for him, so he'd get frustrated and break it, or he was constantly dropping it. And if you drop your phone enough times, and depending on how you drop it, your phone's going to stop working after a while. I've done that myself with many phones.
Okay, so you don't think that he like was having someone else break his phone, or he was breaking it because he was mad or anything like that? It was dropping it more so than because I drop my phone all the time, but I have an OtterBox on the other one I have a cheap Walmart box for. And I still have dropped it a bazillion times, and I've never damaged my phone.
Devlin,
That's why I
Devlin, Devlin did not have very good cases on his phone, if he even had a case at all. And oh no,
ah
he most certainly would get mad and break his phones. Um, the phone that I bought him and that I added to my bill, because I was told that he was facing 4 years in jail. So I disconnected the phone because he was in jail and facing 4 years. Why, me being low income, am I going to continue to pay for a phone that's not being used? So I
oh
disconnected
yeah.
service, and then when he got out, I was gonna, reconnect it. I just had to wait until I got paid. I'm on disability. I get paid once a month. So all he had to do was wait till payday, and that phone would be on again. He got frustrated one night and he snapped it in half and he broke his phone. So even when I got paid, I could not get it back on for him because he broke it.
Yeah, and then he would replace the phones a lot when it came to the one over uh, at Well, I mean, he had a few that one of them he said he had at Bob's Barn, but then and that one wasn't working properly. And then also there was said that he had two phones, and there's this lady on Facebook. I saw one of her messages that said that Sabrina that told her that Devlin had two phones at the time of his disappearance, and one of the phones they gave to law enforcement. I haven't been able to confirm or deny that because she thinks I'm gonna bite her or something if I talk to her. So I haven't been able to confirm or deny that, but I would love for her to tell me that Sabrina said that to her.
To my knowledge, the phone that they quote unquote pinged at 11 o'clock, they still don't have that phone. I don't know anything about Devlin having two phones. Um, he was about to lose service on the phone that they pinged anyway. If like the bill wasn't paid, I think he had like a day or two until the bill was due.
Mhm.
And that was a phone that he had bought. I believe it said that he bought it at Family Dollar. So it was like one of them minute phones, pay as you go or something like that.
Mhm. A burner phone, but not anything to do nefarious. It's just so he could, get a hold of mom and Sandra and, everybody.
Yep, and be on his social media. He used Wi-Fi a lot. If his phone bill wasn't paid, he knew how to get on Wi-Fi to be on his social media or get a hold of me.
Right. Okay, so I just wanted to verify that or see if you had heard or anything or seen that with the two phones thing. Because of course, until I know something, I don't like to, just hurry up and call you about it. But I did feel, since we were on the
And,
subject, I
and that's
also
another
was
thing.
wondering.
And that's another thing. Devlin never went that long without a phone. He would break a phone or one phone wouldn't be working, and within days, he would have another one. There is no way
Mm,
he had gone 7 months and a day without reaching out to anybody. There's no way.
yeah, I agree. Speaking of which, Was is this Brittany that you guys are talking about in these text messages to come here? Is that the same Brittany that I read the post about last night? I know, I'm wondering.
Yeah, and apparently, from what I'm finding out within the last few days, this Brittany person, who at this point in time is not with uh, Sabrina's ex-husband, apparently now this Brittany is the same Brittany that is currently with Sabrina's ex-husband Joe.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
But at this point in time, where
Sorry,
these
I just took
text
a drink of my
messages are
iced
taking
coffee.
place between me and Devlin, at this point in time, they're not a couple yet. But I guess they are now.
Hmm. Okay, so they were kind of seeing each other at this point in time back in 24, October 24.
No, at this point in time, I knew nothing about anything going on between her and Joe. At this point in time, her and Joe were not together. But it's come
Oh,
to my
gotcha.
knowledge now that they are.
Yeah.
Apparently, they got together in June, so after Devlin disappeared.
And Brittany is a friend. Jen saying who's Brittany. So Brittany would be classified as a friend of Devlin's who did what? Let him stay there when there was fighting? What did she do? What did she do for Devlin as a
He
friend?
apparently he was trying to stay at this girl's house, and because of his false DV charge, he wasn't allowed to. So she made him go back to Tammy's.
Right. And where did she live at? Do you know?
I have no idea.
All right, so I'm gonna read these off, and this is important, guys. Did I upset you because now you ain't answering me? Is everything all right, Devlin? I still haven't heard back from you. So you guys are playing phone tag again. Well, seemings and I think he says see he meant to say seeing how Brittany brought me back to Tamara, the SOB's house, and he's called Tamara an SOB a couple of times. He's called. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh about it, but it's comical to me. He's like he called her that. This is the second time or third time I've seen him refer to Sandra as an SOB. Trigger warning. Uh, well, seeing how Brittany brought me back to Tamara, the SOB's house, and said that I have to live here with that fucking fat ass cunt, and I can't stay with Brittany because of my misdemeanor. I'm stuck with Tammy, the good for nothing horror, and I think that we can all read between the lines and think that he was calling her a hua. No, I'm just kidding. I guess I'm stuck with Tammy, the good for nothing horror. And oh, these are made for TV texts already. I don't even have to change the words. All right. So, my goodness. I guess I'm stuck with fucking Tammy, right? He's pissed. Okay. So Devlin is like he's fuming mad. We've seen Devlin up until this point and now he is pissed, right? Because he's being bounced around. He can't find a place to stay. He's dealing with Tamara. People are bringing him back there. He didn't want to go back there, right? No, it is not the trailer lady sandwich. That is a parapro named Joni Sowers that lived over there.
Um, I had my mic muted and like AJ's upset. He's waking up from a nap right now, so that's why he's like crying. But so when he's calling Tammy a horror, I think he's using talk to text or he doesn't know how to spell, but what he's meaning
Yeah.
to call her is a WHORE.
Right. I yeah, I said it kind of like in an accent because I think if I do that, I won't get in trouble. Because like I don't know if it might ding me for this live just because it's a lot of extreme content, you guys. That's I put the advisory in the beginning. I know it's in emojis and stuff, but it's serious. Like this is so serious, content. And he's pissed, right, Jess? He's fucking pissed, and I don't blame him. He's tired of this shit. He just wants a place to lay his head for the night or whatever. He wants to get over to you. You're more than welcome to
He
let him
wants
come
to
stay.
he wants to be somewhere where he's not constantly treated like shit and treated like he doesn't matter. This is all
Right.
taking place right before he ended up being in the quote unquote militia house, according to Matt.
Right. And that's what you're saying. What the fudge? I thought you were going to be staying over with Brittany. And what does he say to you then?
That he can't because of the misdemeanor charge. Brittany won't allow him to.
Right. But I mean, like, so he's about to tell you, and what were you thinking at that point in time? Like, because I guess I should have worded the question differently. What was the arrangement? What was your understanding of the arrangement between Brittany letting Devlin stay there and not? Did he know her a long time? Because it doesn't seem like he had mentioned her before in the text conversations, and now he's saying that she's told him, yeah, you can stay here, but then somebody told her about the charges, and then she said no, she retracted it. So at that point,
I I don't honestly know the relationship between this Brittany person and my son. I don't know how well they knew each other or for how long. I'm just getting information on her. I don't know who she is, but to my understanding, she had agreed to let Devlin stay there. And then Tammy and Sabrina told them about the false charge on Sandra, and she decided that he couldn't stay there. I have yet to talk to this Brittany person myself. I have no idea who she is.
sorry, I was muted. Right, and I said right. I wanted to make it. I just wanted to make sure it was the same Brittany I was thinking of because Brittany's a common name. I mean, like there's a lot of Brittany's out there. And then also, I just wanted to make sure that I was making the correct connection. Carrie Jackson wants to know, and Jen, thank you for your super chat. I'm sorry, guys, I've been ultra focused on these texts and Jess right now. So thank you, Jen. Carrie Jackson asks a good question. Did someone pay Devlin's phone bill after he went missing? What's the status of his phone?
To my knowledge, nobody paid his phone bill since he went missing, and because it was a new phone and I don't have the information to have paid it, I couldn't do it.
Right, exactly. Okay, so I gotcha. And were they paying for a separate phone at any time, or because yeah, we'll have to look more into that because I could have sworn someone sent me a text message that showed the Facebook post where they said that,
Sometimes
because I'm
Sandra,
not a big Facebook person, but a lot of shit went down on there.
sometimes, from what my son was telling me, when I didn't pay his bill, sometimes he would get Sandra to pay it.
Right, because I know that there was something too that was saying that Sandra was paying something, and that's why I was wondering because I know that like I heard someone tell me, and I don't know how true this is that Sandra was paying the electric over at the house, and
Yeah, yeah. There was a time where Sandra paid $200 for the electric before the electric had gotten shut off. And even though Sandra, Devlin's adopted mom, paid the electric bill, my son still was not allowed to use the electric to charge his phone.
right, right. And that's what was so frustrating to everybody because when people found that out, they were like, well, if she's paying for it anyway, so that leads me to believe that she was paying for other stuff for Devlin as well. And then, or just in general, well, because also with the food, like it's been said that she would buy Devlin like bread, peanut butter, and milk, and stuff like that. And to me, that's just not enough for him. He's a growing boy, and also it's just like, why would you say that's just Devlin's peanut butter, milk and bread? I never do that. Like, if there's something in our
There was a
refrigerator and anybody wants to eat it, and I only live with one other person right now, like, what am I gonna do? I can't believe you ate my food. Like, who cares? What It's food. Like, I don't know.
there
It's just
was a
it's insane.
there was a point in time in the beginning of me and Devlin getting back to in contact where Sandra bought him a whole bunch of different groceries and put it in Tammy's house, and Tammy still wasn't letting him eat it.
Hmm. They're just like they're like, want to be thuggish, ruggish, like they're thugs. They just like, oh, they like Debo, people like, oh, I'll take your groceries. Like, what the actual fuck? I'm sorry, Jessica. It's amazing to me. Now, Jen has a question. So he has no access to call anyone, even if he wanted. I wonder if he knows people's cell number by heart. Him having a
Yes, he
learning
does.
disability makes me wonder if he is now homeless. What do you think about that, Jessica?
Even if he was homeless, he would go up to a random person and ask to use their phone. Um, he's not afraid of going up to a perfect stranger. Even if he's homeless, there's no excuse why I haven't heard from my son in 7 months. Or, a certain friend of his that he called Sissy. There's just no way. And yes, he does remember numbers by heart. He has a photographic memory.
Well, no, Jen, it was at 11 p.m. according to Tamara and Sabrina, but we've never confirmed that with police. We've also never confirmed this 8:21 time frame
It
that they put out.
it has
Um,
it has been confirmed by police that his phone pinged at 11.
11 p.m.
Yes,
And how did they
his
confirm
phone.
that with you?
Yes, Le Detective Heshy and Castle both confirmed with me that his phone did in fact ping by Joni Sowers around 11 p.m. And it was pinged by law enforcement, not the Life 360 app.
Mm-hmm. So, that's how easy it is, folks. When somebody's just a straightforward person and is asked a question and gives a straightforward answer, it's just that easy. The police department, two detectives on this case, confirmed with Jessica that 11 p.m. Devlin's phone pinged in the trailer park. I find it very odd that that is the precise location that Sabrina mentions in the dispatch audio.
And
Thoughts,
the fact that
feelings?
they still have not, and the fact that they still have not recovered that phone makes you wonder if it was planted.
Oh, abso-friggin-lutely. Or if somebody was doing that to throw everybody off. I mean, they had the phone, they were using it to, and it pinged over there and then they turned it off or whatever. I mean, I don't know exactly how these criminals do their shit. I mean, I just know that they do it and it was done, that could be a possibility. Um, absolutely. So, yeah, I mean, most definitely. So I have a lot to get through too, and I have I'll be answering your guys' questions. So, you're talking about how, I thought you were going to stay with Brittany. He says, apparently I can't because of the misdemeanor charge. And you were like, why not? Because I mean, I'm assuming if she's close to the family or close friends with Devlin, she knew about all of this stuff that had gone down, in my opinion. Do you have anything to add to that, Jess? Oh, you're muted. Okay, I
Sorry,
see.
I didn't notice. I just realized I was muted. I'm talking to myself. I wanted to know why. She should have been fully aware of what was going on, and he wouldn't explain it to me. He told me that, he would call me the next day. And mind you, these text messages now are from well over a year ago. So I can't recollect the exact conversation that we had the next morning, but it was either Sabrina or Tammy that filled them in about the charge. And, of course, they're going to spin it in whatever way that they want to spin it. So Brittany's going to side with them anyway.
And to the best of your knowledge, was Brittany just living by herself with her kids, or how was that dynamic? Because I know,
I
yeah,
I don't know who this Brittany is, so I can't answer that. I know that
right.
she wasn't with Joe at this point because Devlin would have said something about that.
Yeah,
And
sure.
according to the people that are telling me that she is now with Joe, according to what I'm finding out within the last few days, that's a new relationship. Her and Joe just got together in June. And I don't talk to Joe. I have no way of talking to Joe. I don't know his side of things.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, if he was, I don't know where he was. Obviously, Sabrina was with Will because this is what we're in, let me give me a second. I'm gonna show you guys really quick. So we're about October 2nd, around so we're into, September, under September, early October. And so Joe might not have even been in the picture at this point. Maybe, he just met this woman through, like, Sabrina and that group, the Tates. Well, everything goes back to the Tates. If I had a an investigative board like they do, in the crime shows and stuff, and that, like, some detectives would use, um, I would have all of these pinpoints, and they would be all going back to the Tates. All going back to the Tates. That worries me when I see that,
And these
because that means that
screenshots
these
only
people are,
go.
are putting on a show for the Tates because they're afraid to actually speak up. I need you guys to wake up, like Odessa. Sorry, Jessica, if I
And
yelled
this
at you here.
in the screenshots that you have so far, only go up to October 2nd. I had to stop taking screenshots because it was affecting my mental health really bad, just like re-seeing all this stuff. And I mean, I'm reliving it now, even, in the lives. And Like these screenshots only go up to October 2nd of 2024. I have a lot more that I still have to take screenshots and send to you.
I know, honey. I know you do, and I know what you're going through because it's tough with PTSD. That's part of it is that post traumatic stress. It comes back at, and if when you have to relive it, that comes with flashbacks. That comes with very vivid bad dreams. That comes with a lot of things. And
That
so
comes with
I think
grand
that it's
mal
great.
seizures.
And for you, it's seizures too, and that's it. And protecting your mental health is the best thing that you can do, and also the smartest thing that you can do, to stay,
Especially when I had AJ.
where you need to be. You got AJ. I also added that in at the end. We're gonna see that where you told me that because I thought that that was very powerful, and I think people need to realize and understand it. And if they're not compassionate now, maybe after reading that they will be. Apparently I can't because of the misdemeanor charge. Why the fuck not? Okay, I will call you tomorrow, 10:45 my time, which will be 7:45 your time, and fill you in. Right? So you guys are getting everything situated. Okay, babe, I'll try. Get good night, get some sleep, charge your phone, right? You're a mom, you're checking all the boxes. And then October 2nd is when we see this conference call. Can you explain this a little bit, Jess? Because I didn't know exactly what it was either.
So that was a conference call for services for AJ. AJ had a meeting the next morning. And when Devlin was trying to get a hold of me, I was in a meeting pertaining to his baby brother.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we got that taken care of and explained. And then we also have, are you able to call? Am I able to call you? Text me. I'm in the meeting. You guys are almost done. Can you explain to me what this post is that was sent over? Because this is really, really fucking nasty, you guys. So I might as well just be the first one to say fuck because it's really bad. But Jessica, could you elaborate on this Facebook post that we're about to read off? This one, it's kind of cut off, but
Well, I
Devlin sent that
just
to you, or you sent that
enlarged
to Devlin?
it.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
So I don't know where you get off talking to my mother the way you did, but you best watch what the fuck you say about my family. Oh, okay. Those are messages from Ashley Tate.
Oh, okay. I think we showed some of them in the very beginning. So this is what she's saying. Okay. And I don't even want to repeat it. I don't think because I think it is pretty bad. But what it is pertaining, you know what? I might as well because we're going to be talking about this really really soon. So we might as well just go ahead and you know, get it started. So it says, so I don't know where you get off talking to my mother the way you did, but you best watch what the fuck you say about my family. And who is she talking to? This is Ashley talking to Devlin.
No, that's Ashley talking to me, and I blocked the bitch.
Oh, that's Ashley talking to you. Okay, perfect. So now we got but the best, okay, so here, you best watch what the fuck you say about my family. For one, my grandpa never touched Devlin, is not an effing rapist, excuse me. Um dumbass. And for two, Devlin is not your son and he hasn't been for 16 and a half years. Okay, well, that's very vile. You gave up those rights, blah, blah, blah. No, she's getting vile with you. I'm not going to read the rest of that because it's not true and an idiot. But I do want to talk about why they get so fired up, about that. And um, again, could you just reiterate your experience when you found out that that was happening, with Bill Tate and Devlin, and that happening to Devlin? Do you care to elaborate there?
Yeah, you want me to elaborate on the Michigan State Police phone call from me when I first found out? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah, I want to ask. Yeah, I'm asking you what happened because she's saying that that never happened. So I need you to tell me your side of things.
Are you there?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I need you to
Are you
tell me
still
your
there?
side of things. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I almost got kicked out. Devlin's dad is trying to call me. He's called
Oh,
me twice
yeah, if you get a
already
call,
during this, and I've ignored
uh,
him.
yeah, I was gonna say if you get a call, it will kick you off. Oh, no one. Okay. No, what I said is I want you to be able to tell your side of that story while we're on the subject.
Yeah, okay. So, I was living in California at the time. I believe I was either pregnant with Chelsea Rose or Chelsea Rose had just been born. And there is a 5 year age difference between all of my children. I don't know how I managed that. Chelsea Rose is my third born. So I'm pregnant with her at the time, or she had just been born. Devlin's about 10 years old because there's a 5 year age gap between each child. And I'm on the bus. I'm fighting for my girls right now, and I'm on a city bus coming back from a visit or going to a visit, one of the two. And I have Michigan State Police calling me to inform me that my son has been removed from the Tates and that Bill Tait has been or is being charged with sexually assaulting my son, and that my son and Bill Tait both were positive for genital warts. And I just about flipped out on the bus. I didn't even make it all the way home. I had to get up right then and there and get off of the city bus. I couldn't handle it.
I mean, Jessica, like I remember you telling me that the first time I talked to you. And I'm sorry, when I ask questions up here, a lot of times I know the answers already, but I just want the audience to understand what we're dealing with here. And then shortly after that, and it stopped me dead in my tracks when I heard you say that, and I couldn't believe what you were telling me. Not that I didn't believe you, but I was just amazed. Like Jeff here is like, wow, wow, just wow.
And Tammy
And
want to try to pass off getting genital warts from a toilet seat. Really, Chica? Go
I
back
have
to sex ed because that's not how you get it.
I have proof of that. But then shortly after you told me that, someone reached out to me and also confirmed that was the case, and that Devlin in fact went to go live with Gordon Tate when that happened in in his family, because he's got a family, like a wife and kids and stuff. So I just wanted to put that out there. So that was hot and heavy back on January 23rd. Um, oh, sorry. I looked at January 23rd, 2023. Sorry. And this
But
is this
I
one.
don't know why you just said that. That's my birthday, Lady Freedom.
Oh, was that not supposed to go in this? I'm sorry. This was maybe
Oh,
not supposed to go in there.
no, I don't know. I'm not looking at what you said. I had to blow up the screenshot so I could read it before. But when you just said January 23rd, that's my birthday.
Oh, so maybe that's why. Maybe it was like a something that you had sent over there or something. I don't know. I was like, "Oh, that's not it." I was like, "We're in October of 24." I'm trying to keep my dates straight. Um, okay, perfect. So yeah, because we're still in October 2nd. So now, like Devlin's back at Tammy's. Felt like Tammy felt like she was gonna pass out, and I wish she would have. No, but nope, she decided to get me something to eat instead of passing out, which I would have happily or been happy if she did pass out. So he's pissed. He's pissed. I'm right there with you right about now, right? So you guys are just kind of venting your frustrations about Tammy and everybody and their crap. Can you call AJ? Was sick, right? I don't want to text. Want to call you. Please go somewhere where you can call me to talk to me. Seems how I'm in. Oh, excuse me. Seeing how I'm in Lake Odessa, at the park right now because Tammy decided, and this is where it's going to get really confusing too, guys, but also I'm glad you're here, Jessica. Please go somewhere where you can call and talk to me. It seems seeing how I'm in Lake Odessa at the park right now because Tammy decided to threaten my life and Sandra's life. So Tammy is threatening Sandra and Devlin, and they're wondering why Devlin would ever become aggressive is beyond me because here's the proof in the pudding right now, right? Because Tam's over there threatening her own mother, who is up there in age, threatening her, right? And Devlin, who's 18, because Tammy slapped her and she told her that she had better not lay a hand on me nor her again. And when she told Tammy that, right? And whenever she told Tammy that, Tammy slapped her across the face and told both of us that she called the cops and said that we hit her, where me and Sabrina end up in jail. So, excuse me, where me and Sandra would end up in jail. So please go somewhere so I can call you and talk to you about it, please. And do you want to talk about that, Jessica?
Yeah, I had to step out of the hospital away from my baby that wasn't doing very well health wise at the time to call my son and calm him down and make sure that he was okay.
Right. And with this happening, all of a sudden, it just popped off between Tamra and then Tamra. And do you believe or do you recall the conversation, like once you did call Devlin and everything, was it Tammy popping off and Sandra because Sandra was saying don't put your hands on Devlin anymore, or what happened there?
From what he told me, and he was really upset. He was crying. Uh, was this that night? I think this happened at night too. I can't see a time on here. But I think it was pretty dark out when I had stepped out of the hospital that night to call him.
Yeah, and then did he like was he w- what had happened between the all of them? Like, what transpired to get it to the point of being physical? Because I'm trying to figure out what their threshold is and how fast it
It,
takes them to get physical. See what I'm saying?
it probably had something to do with the fact that uh Sandra paid the electric bill, but he still wasn't allowed to use the electric, or it had something to do with the fact that Sandra put a whole bunch of food in there for Devlin, but Tammy still wouldn't let him eat it. Like, these text messages are all over a year old. And, I've dealt with a lot over the past year, including the case of Devlin being missing for the last 7 months, you know, with both Devlin and, AJ, with stuff going on with him. I can't tell you exactly what that fight pertained to that night, but it was always over Devlin being mistreated. Like, Sandra wasn't very happy with the way that Tammy was treating Devlin either.
Yeah, I bet not. I bet. Yeah. Um, so I just wanted to put up the family tree again because Joe Neal said Tamara is the old broad, right? No,
Yes.
Sandra is the old broad and Tam uses a wheelchair. And
Well, yeah, that is too, but they're both pretty old. Sorry.
so no, it's okay. I just, figured I'd crack a joke because, she does seem like she's elderly a little bit, but she's not that, elderly, in my opinion. So let's see here. So calling in a few minutes, right? You get right back to him. I'm going to call you. Can't answer right now. Text me. What's up, babe? What did Sandra want? She told me that Tammy said I had better go back there, um, or she's locking the doors at 11 and not letting me in. So Sandra decided that I should go back there and that, and I should, and I told her that I don't feel safe there at Tammy's, and everything's with what she told me. And also, sorry, let me just go ahead here. Um, oh, and also had Sabrina on the phone, right? And then on Tammy's, and it was going off about Bill, dad, right? Technically, and everything about me not caring about him and shit, which is fucked up because at this point, Bill had just passed away, right?
I think Bill had been dead for about a year. I'm not sure. I don't really know Bill's date of death.
Right, right. Oh God, off the top of my head, I can't say that either. I know it was in 23 and this is in 24, so it wasn't terribly long before that, or before this is transpiring in August of 24. So anyway, they're saying they're accusing Devlin of not caring about Bill, right? And Sabrina told her that she had needed to straighten up, or she will be going to come over sometime, and said her mother straight, set her mother straight. I think is what he was going to say, right? Set
Yeah.
gonna set her straight and everything. And Tammy told her that she can go F herself, and she don't want her on her property, blah 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 blah. That's that she's going to tell me what she wants me and doesn't give a shit, and that Sabrina told her that if she doesn't, or if she does, she'll be kicking her mother's patoot. I could probably guess because it's moving slow here. Oh, I gotta click it on. But yeah, so they're talking about kicking mom's asses, and I mean, I'm sorry, there's zero respect. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no mutual respect, there's no boundaries, there's no love lost. It's a very toxic environment that Devlin was living in. Extremely toxic. Um, and then and he's saying in everything, and that's what I told Sandra. Well, Sandra said, I think you should still need to go back there so you're not out in the cold all night, and just go in there and go to your room and don't talk to her and everything. So I don't know what to do right now, Mama. Um, so he doesn't know what to do. Sandra's saying, go back there, go to your room, because at this point he had a room there. So this must have been before he went to jail, right? I guess because Tamara was saying that he
Th-
had a room before he went to
th-
jail.
This this
Sabrina,
was before this was before jail. This was before the militia house. This was before everything. It was right after the domestic violence charge with Sandra, and before he was court ordered to be at Tammy's, and before he went to the militia house. At this point in time, he was in a back bedroom.
okay. Thank you so much because I wanted to get a better timeline going, and this is good. So thank you very 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 much, and thanks Joe for your compliment in the chat. That means the world to me. Um, so now he's saying, he's telling, that Sabrina's telling her mother to start doing the right thing because Sabrina's pissed at her mom. Um, Now what to do the right thing now, Mama? I wanted not to be in the cold, but if she's going to be the bitch that she is, he can kiss my white-tailed effing ass and go blanket a blank.
Yeah, my son has a very colorful vocabulary. Sorry.
Well, here's the thing, Jessica. They're making it so, like, you saw when Devlin was pissed in the beginning, he was building up, this is where he's had it, right? Like my mother would say, I've had it up to here. He's had it up to here. He's sick and tired of the shit that they're putting him through. And it's absolutely bonkers. So when he uses colorful language, I'm almost like in a small way rooting him on. And I know that's not very motherly on my part, but
I am
like on
too,
my
because
part,
I
but I
don't take kindly to people treating my baby like that. So I don't blame him one bit. I'm just saying, this might be a little graphic for YouTube, so I'm sorry, y'all, for my son's colorful language, but I don't blame him one bit.
yeah, and noted and agreed. I mean, really, because he's put up with it for far too long. And the white-tailed effing ass is one of a new one for me. That's funny. I won't
He is
put up
his mother's son.
I won't put up with that. I feel a feeling that if I go back there and I get there before 11 and shit, that she's going to lock the door anyway.
Because she's done that to him in the past. That's why he feels that way.
Yeah, and I was really glad that you sent that over because they've been saying, a lot of crap, and it's not right. And just seeing this play out and everything and them saying that we never locked him out. I'm afraid I'm going to be locked out. You're saying it happened before. Now this is again, guys, October of 2024. So this is, a little while before Devlin went missing, but not terribly long, right? We got, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, right? That area, or excuse me, April, not May. Hello. Seven, oddly enough, it was 7 months. Oddly enough, it was 7 months.
Oh my God. And now Devlin's been missing for 7 months.
Yeah. So sorry, I just did the math in my head a little bit. Well, I counted it out on my fingers because that's how I do math. Haha. But so yeah, yep. Uh, puts it into perspective a little bit. I'm sorry. So, but 7 months before he went missing, this is all going down, right? She's done this shit to me before. I'm sick and tired of it. The whole 9 yards. Um, that that she's gonna lock that door anyway before I get there. So, what the f do I do? Um, you know, what do you think I should do? And then you're saying you're doing. So, what are you doing to stay safe tonight, babe? Um, and he says, "I'm on 2nd Street right now, heading up to the road by Sunoco, um, where on Lako to turn on that." And he's telling you that he's walking the streets, and that's how Devlin, really was. He was walking the streets a lot, and he's saying, that way he could walk towards Tammy's and take a shortcut. This is really valuable for us trying to figure out his routes because this is one of the routes he would take if he had to get home fast. It's a shortcut. I'm on 2nd Street right now, heading up to the road by Sunoco, right by the trailer park. Then I turn on that right Lako and then go to Tammy's the back way because that's quick and easy and it ain't far from me. Is where I'm heading right now. Do you want me to text you when I get there and almost on the property, right? And he said
Yeah,
Lego
because
Dental.
at this point in time, he's not allowed to talk to me while he's at Tammy's. He has to leave the house in order to talk to me. Tammy won't allow him to talk to me in her house.
Matt is Devlin's. Well, he should be, but he's
Matt,
really
Matt, Matt is Devlin's adopted brother.
who is also an RSO and also the last one that admits talking to Devlin the morning that they say he was at the laundromat. So, okay, and then are you able to go somewhere I can call you and tell you, right? Calling right now. What's going on with little brother? I'm starting to get worried. Your brother spiked a high fever, and you start talking about, how AJ, because AJ's got, you know, um, a fever at this time. So I won't read off all that. Oh, sorry. Um, is he going to be okay? I don't want to lose him. I'm really worried, Mama, right? I left this in just to kind of show you guys how the relationship was with Devlin and his mother and his brother. He absolutely adores his brother. He's worried about him. And then also Devlin has all of this other, you know, he has all of these other issues that he's dealing with on top of all of this, and it's very important to see that, right? So he's reacting to being worried about his brother, wanting to be with his mother. They're keeping him away from them. It's very disturbing. So he says, you're telling him try to relax. Everything's good, right? Thank you. I don't want to lose him. And then Devlin is kind of, you know, being a little bit dramatic, and you're like, hey, it's okay. Don't worry. He's strong. There's AJ, by the way. He's such a cutie pie. And, he's telling you like, look, I love you guys so much. Like Devlin is a very deep thinker. He's very very sweet person, and I wanted to convey that. um and you're like, hey, Devlin Lee, behave yourself, momming it up right there. I'm not at Tammy's yet, but you're telling him make sure you get your rest, take your meds, all that. And do you know what meds he was on at that time, Jessica? If you don't feel comfortable sharing that, you don't have to. I'm just curious.
I don't know. I've heard a few things from Devlin, and I've heard contradicting things from the family, so I really don't know what he was on.
Okay.
I,
Thank
I
you.
know, I know, I know that they weren't vital medications, though. Vital medications are medications that if you don't take that, you're gonna die. His medications were to help stabilize his mood. Nothing was vital. Nothing was gonna kill him if he didn't take it.
Right.
What?
And
Oh my
that's, I think,
god!
really important to remember,
Who
because
never
we have seen
knew?
that in Sebastian's case. It's so very similar. Um, so you're,
I love that comment, Junior.
Joe Neal, Joe Neal just killed me a little bit, and I was trying not to laugh, but he said, "Who knocked up Tamra?" I'm assuming he's asking, Tamara. I don't think, do they all share a father, or is that too far in
No,
depth?
they don't. No, they don't. They all have different dads. All three of them.
Okay. I was just wondering. I mean, that's just me being a Gladys Kravitz over here looking through the window. How many kids does she have? Who's the dad? Like all that. Um,
And
don't call
I
me to
might have
text
four
them.
kids. I might have four children, but Harmony and Devlin, my two Michigan children, they share a father.
Well, and I don't like to judge anyway, because I think kids are a blessing, and so it doesn't matter who's their dad. Well, when Joe asked the question, "Who knocked up Tamara?" I figured we might tell him if they I'm like, they don't have this, same, it would be, it's not like we could say one person knocked her up, right? But okay, anyway, Joe, thank you for your question, and light me in the mood, make me laugh.
I
Um,
needed that.
I know, right, Jessica? It's heavy. It's heavy. So he's telling you here, don't call me, text me. And you're telling him I'm talking about tomorrow morning, but okay, right? Because was he telling you to only text him because they were telling him not to talk to you, do you think, or what was going on there?
He was telling me to only text him because he was back at Tammy's house. At this point in time, I was not allowed to talk to my son on the phone if he was in Tammy's house. If he wanted to talk to me, he had to leave in order to call me because they didn't want him talking to me.
I see. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't
I
getting it
wasn't
wrong.
allowed to talk. I wasn't allowed to talk to Devlin inside her home until after the whole militia house thing. Then they all wanted to talk to me.
I see. So thank you for clarifying that. Um, I appreciate that. All right. So with these, this is where you stop sending me text messages because you were having a hard time with everything. And, I understand
Yeah,
why.
there's still a lot more that I have to send you, but my mental health and AJ are, you know, my first priority. So I'm sorry, but there's a lot more that I still have to send.
Well, absolutely, and I appreciate you doing that, and, you sent me a lot of messages, right? So that was a lot for you to do, and I appreciate you doing that.
175.
Mhm. Yeah, I never had that many messages when I woke up before, and I woke up to, like, all of that. I was like, "Oh, okay, here we go. Here's the text messages,"
I
and I
told you
think
I was
they
gonna blow up your phone.
I know, Jess, but I really think they speak volumes about what was happening to Devlin. I really do, and I think that he deserves his story deserves to be told, especially that he's been missing for 7 months. So let's look 7 months back, and that was not planned, you guys. That was a divine intervention, if I've ever seen one, because I can't believe it's been, when I did that back. Um, Now I'm going to do a comparison. Jess, if you don't want to be on panel, you can. If you don't, I understand. I don't mean to talk about you like you're not here, but you
It
know,
don't matter to me. I mean, if you want me to stay on panel, I can answer questions as they come up easier than in chat if I'm live. Because I can't always get to the chat right away trying to take care of AJ too. I don't know if y'all heard him in the background, but he's awake now.
no, he's fine. No, he's totally fine. If you're fine to stay up, yeah, because I mean, I like having you up here for questions, especially because, you know, um, you were there for this part too. I just didn't want to make you feel uncomfortable, because this is like, let's get ready to rumble, right? Because I found people, when Tamara's, sending me nasty messages and saying that I'm not including Sandra enough and I'm only focusing on you. There was a reason I was doing that, and I was trying to be kind. But when she wants to chew me out and spit me out and then chew me up again, I'm gonna do this. So, um,
Well, I
Sandra
mean,
was very
what
active in
can
social. Hmm?
what can feel more uncomfortable than having your firstborn child be missing for 7 months and you have no clue what's going on? It don't get any more uncomfortable than that, Lady Freedom.
I understand, Jess. I do. I do. And thank you for sharing that, because sometimes I don't think people understand. I know I certainly don't from that point of view as or vantage point as well. So, yeah. Um with Sandra, she was, posting recipes, talking about family and friends on October 4th, October 9th, right? Making some cheesy, potato stuff. And Devlin went missing on April 21st, 2025, but Sandra, aka Mama, didn't post anything about his disappearance until August 24th, 2025. And that it will be reflected in the text message and is not hearsay nor is it slander defamation. So we have April 24th. If anyone knows where about of my son, Devlin Tait, please have him message me. I need to know he is okay. Okay. All of a sudden it's jumbled. I don't know what to make of this. I'm not an expert. Um, but I think it's important to examine by an expert. And people are saying praying for him, blah 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 blah. And no, she's not responded, not liked it, not hearted it, not said thank you, not said nothing. And she never posted anything else until the next day. So we have Sandra Tate on April 25th. She posted or she reposted from the Eaton County Community News, Devlin's missing flyer, right? But she doesn't say anything about it. Doesn't say, please find my son, nothing like that. Not a plead, not a nothing, right? So this is why I didn't show these, because somebody sent these to me a while back, and I understand that, this is really something to look at. So meanwhile, in Arizona, Jessica is posting on April 22nd, the day after she says, my 18-year-old son is officially a missing person. He has special needs and is on the autism spectrum. If anyone sees or hears from Devlin Tate, Devlin Lee Hatfield Tate, please let me and Sabrina host know as soon as possible. So you also tagged Sabrina in that, which is mighty nice of you. Um, in my opinion. If anyone has or seen heard from Devlin, please contact Sabrina Host.
He has been missing for 24 hours. Feel free to share to help widen the search. So I don't know when this was posted. I wish there was an actual timestamp on it so I can see. But I'm willing to guess that this 24-hour bullshit is just like this 13-hour bullshit right here. And I'm glad it's all in one post. And I know that that wasn't planned, nor did you do that on purpose because I didn't even know you then. I didn't even know about Devlin's case then. All right. So
At
now we
that
got
point in time, I didn't think that they had anything to do with it, so I was working with them.
right, absolutely. And that's what you should, that's I think there's nothing wrong with that, like I would too. They're the last ones to see your child, and I know Seth has dealt with that as well. And yeah, I mean
And
it's a dynamic we're
and
familiar with here.
and this Tina that I see at the bottom of the screenshot that you currently have up right now, that's Adam Nolan's mom. That's Devlin's grandma.
Yes. Yes. And we've had Tina on the show.
Yep,
Yeah, we love
that's
Tina
my
over here.
son's grandma.
She's a sweetheart, isn't she? She's just a very nice, very kind-hearted, doesn't she just to me seems like somebody who doesn't even have like a mean bone in her body, but I don't know her that well, but she's just so nice. I've never had a bad experience with Tina ever.
Tina Grissom is an earthly angel, in my opinion.
Aw, now you're gonna make me cry because I know, like, I just saw your interactions in the beginning of the two of you guys, and I was getting emotional about it, like, just because and then you guys are posting together, like, Jessica's feeling worried with Tina, right? We're both worried. Where's Devlin? My 18-year-old son is officially missing. This is the post, right? Again. And Tina's right in the comments. She says, when was the last time you or anyone heard from him? Like, she's genuinely concerned. Tina and Devlin had a relationship that was very special as well. And anybody that was smart enough not to take Devlin for granted would have realized that any relationship with Devlin would have been special because he was just a nice kid and he liked to make people feel good and not bad. And he hated feeling bad in the way that he was feeling, And then here is there's been deleted posts, right? But it says, Tina Grisham says to Matt Tate, thank you. I just spoke to Jessica. The last time I heard from, or the last time she has heard from him was Saturday. Oh, no, I'm sorry. She didn't mean to say the last time she heard from him. So the last time Tina hears from Devlin is Saturday. Is there anyone in the house that could have that he or is there anyone's house that he could have gone to? And you said, call me Ray Ray. So that's one of your friends. And then we have other
That's my
chatters
ex.
chatting.
Ray is my ex. His real name is Henri Lamont Pierce. That's what he goes by on Facebook as well. And during some of the times of Devlin's abuse, uh, Ray and I tried a long distance relationship, but it did not work out. But Devlin opened up to both me and Ray a lot during video chat and text messages of his mistreatment with the Tait. Ray can verify everything that I say.
Yeah, and I think that could be something that would be important to bring into the conversation. Someone that would know some firsthand knowledge is always a good person to bring into the conversation because you have all of these people trying to say no, 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 there was no abuse. Oh, there was tons of abuse, and I can't even think of one type of abuse that doesn't exist here. There was financial abuse. There was taking of the electricity, which is resources. There was the phone back and forth. There was all of these things, the food. I mean, it's
Mental,
just,
emotional, psychological.
yeah, all of it, Jess. And you should never have had to have dealt with that. Nor should your son have had to deal with that. Um, and I'm sorry that you did have to, I'm just sorry that you're going through this. And I know it can't be easy because, I mean, it's a wretched situation. So I got Adam's mom, Devlin's grandma, is worried about Devlin April 22nd as well, the day after he went missing, right? Because she's in Florida. So meanwhile in Florida, she's by, like me, the day after he went missing, unlike Sandra, who took 3 days to post. So I'm just doing a comparison, guys. This is something that I do best at my channel and how I grew my channel. In Sebastian's case, is I do comparisons and I take information people give me and I compare it. So, um, if you or anyone you know is in Michigan, please share. My grandson Devlin is officially missing, last seen or heard from over 24 hours ago. If anyone knows his whereabouts or has any information, please contact his mother Jessica or the police department. Lake Odessa, Ionia, and Hastings are areas. Please be extra aware. 18-year-old Devlin Lee Hatfield Tate has special needs and is on the autism spectrum. And I appreciate Tina again seeing a post like this. It's refreshing to see the care and love and compassion, right? Um, so we got that. And again, with Devlin's photo, and people did share that out 7 times. So she was getting some feedback in the chat set or comments that says, I will share this. I hope he's okay. Yes, please share. Thank you. Done. And then Sabrina enters the chat. Sabrina Ho says, it's Lake Odessa, not Odessa. Well, she doesn't live around there. Okay, so why don't we calm down? You got the whole fucking sign wrong. You still can't tell me what time Devlin left the house. You need to chill out on Tina. Stop being so friggin' hateful. It's not working out for your mom. Maybe see where your mom is in life right now, Sabrina, and decide that you're going to make a difference and you're going to break the cycle and make a change in yours. Because this is despicable. How dare you? Sabrina says, Sabrina says to Tina, thanks. Not sure how you're related, but I'm his aunt. And Tina says, yes, I'm aware. Jessica told me today who you are. I am his grandmother on his biological father's side, recently found out. And Sabrina says, looking for volunteers to start searching, please reach out. Okay, so then all of a sudden this guy pops into the picture, which we all know is Ed Mansfield. And I find it funny that he's creeping on Tina's posts. That's really odd. So that tells me that he's trolling with Sabrina. Nobody believes you guys. So you guys should stop your lies and your manipulation and your bullshit. And now um they're
I would
reposting.
I would also like to point out that this Eddie Mansfield is also a registered sex offender.
Well, I'm not surprised because it seems like the majority of that town is one or has a history of, which is deeply disturbing, deeply disturbing. Um, but I digress. So we have, good old Eddie here, with his immature name and apparently you know, a Chomo record. Okay, so meanwhile, this is Sabrina posting her bull crap, right? We all know what she posted on April 21st. Um, and if you guys have posts from what she posted, please send them to me. This is Tamara host in the morning. LOL, love mom. So this is April 28th. Devlin's been missing for 7 days, a week. And Sandra K. Tate is chipper as hell. She's got people cracking up. She's got jokes. She's got jokes, folks. Really despicable behavior. And you want me to add your mother to the list of grieving people that I need to be helping with resources? She doesn't need my resources. She's happy as hell. And so are you. Look at you, Tam Tam. I love you too, LOL. Ha ha ha. Must run in the family. Have you guys thought about the family and thinking about Devlin or not? Because he's been missing for a week. Yeah, my hair looks like that too right now, and I'm shocked as shit. All right, so this is Jessica on April 27th. Devlin has been missing for 6 days. Devlin Lee Hatfield Tate, we love you so much. I'd give anything to hear your voice again. I can't stop thinking of you and hoping and praying that when wherever you are, that you're always, or excuse me, that you're all right. You need to come back home to us, reach out to someone, anyone. I love you with all that I am. Please find a way to make contact some way, somehow. We all need to know that you're all right. And this is a beautiful poem that you had shared along with this post, or I believe it's a reel. And this is the reel, guys. And I'm not gonna, read it, but this is what Jessica thinks of her son. Or when she sees this, it makes her think of him. Again, on the 27th, Jessica's posting, please, everyone make this go viral. This is my firstborn son. He's been missing for almost a week and has medical, or excuse me, and has medication he needs to be taking to help bring him home safely. We're all very worried about him and need him to be found and brought back safely, right? And again,
That's the
posting.
that's the face that's the Facebook page that I tried to create for my son, but it never took off. It never went anywhere. I'm technology illiterate and I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, no, and it's okay. I mean, I'm just wondering if Facebook is even a healthy place to be adding stuff. I mean, it's a good place to get the word out, but I don't know. Sometimes I'm just looking at this and I'm like, yikes, you know? I mean, it's like, where do we direct the parents? Because this is really, really sad. That we're having to deal with all of this and then the Facebook is out of control. Like all the messages that people have sent me over have been completely um out of control. They've been, nothing but back and forth. Oh, look at me, I got my snacks from this creepy auction, and in your face, and then anytime somebody talks about putting together a search, or have you looked here, have you done this, and Sabrina or Tamara is always in there to shoot them down or be rude to them, or they have one of their trolls do it. It's absolutely bonkers. Okay, so meanwhile, Sandra never posts about Devlin again until his birthday. So let's watch. So we got Samra's posting about how what a wonderful rear and this and that and the other lady she is. She did some kind of name thing on May 3rd. We also see her posting other things, um, like she's got jokes, right? Right, grannies with the their boobs down to the floor. We got autism, but doesn't mention Devlin at all. We got hello everyone, smile, it's Friday on May 16th. Devlin's been missing almost a month. And then his birthday, May 26th. I want to wish my son Devlin Tate a very happy 19th birthday. I love you forever. In my opinion, that does not seem like a grieving mother. It doesn't seem like Devlin's missing, and it's very cryptic and it's creepy, and I don't like it, and it makes me want to take a shower. And then we see the social response, social conditioning at its creepiest. This is so messed up. Look at these people. Not one single person mentions that he's missing. They just wish him a happy birthday. May all your birthday wishes come true. Have a great day. You got to be fucking kidding me. You have got to be fucking kidding me. So everyone in that post was bonkers, in my opinion. And obviously, doesn't lacks the common sense, or they're afraid to say that, stand up for themselves or something. Something is off. Nevertheless, that's what we see. And, the proof's there. Now on June 10th, she starts talking about one of the hardest things to accept is when the doctor says not much left, only two options, right? Sleep and everything. She's talking about her ex-husband Bill, or her husband Bill, who passed away, excuse me. And this is another thing that could have caused Devlin a lot of anxiety, in my opinion. And it seemed like they were telling him he didn't care enough about Bill, and that was simply not true. And to me, that was a very evil thing to do. We all deal with grief in different ways, and we all know what happened when Devlin was little, and all of that. So Sandra is having a very chipper morning on June 12th, and she says, "Good morning," and posts a chihuahua, and she tags 93 people in it, but she never tagged a soul when it came to spreading the word on Devlin. So she knows how to do these things. She's not tech illiterate. This is Devlin and Ted riding the paddle boats down Tupper Lake, June 29th. And then we have this shit, which Tamara said that they were searching her property on July 4th or that weekend, or that time frame. And she's reposting this shit. So while the police search for Devlin, she isn't praying he's found safe or posting anything about that, only that her family is the bomb diggity. You are messy, all right. Miss Sandra, you're very messy. Yeah. So, every you could be Christian all day, every day, all you want, and say that, but maybe acting like it is a totally different ball game. Granny's posting about packing heat, August 17th. Maybe she was worried about that search that was done. I don't know. It's a little late for that connection, but she's talking about packing heat. And this is her post. I just want to share this all with you because she does this twice. And the reason that I'm posting it is because she's posting pictures like this. And there's another one coming up a couple of days, if not shortly after this post, right? And that was just me making a joke, calling Granny a gangsta. And then she posts this on August 29th, a Ruger, right? And talks about concealed carry. So, obviously she's threatening someone. My husband for life. She talks again about her husband who passed away. Nothing about Devlin, September 13th, right? And then she talks about bullying isn't okay at any age. Can I get three people to share? I don't know. Maybe you can stop being a bully yourself. I mean, there's a lot of bullying, or maybe you can get control over your grown adult bully of a daughter, Tamara. Tamara is a horrible bully, Sandra, if you're listening. Horrible bully. I know there's not much you can do about it now, but I mean, if you're posting stuff like that and you know what a bully is, I'm sure Tamara's right up there. October 6th, she's having the best morning ever on a Monday. Happy morning, everybody. And then she posts this 3 days ago, 4 days ago now, I think. Um, this is the most recent post. It says, "In memory of all of our loved ones in heaven that will not be with us this Thanksgiving, we love and miss you always," but not a fucking word about Devlin not being home for the holidays. Not a fucking word. While Sandra Tate was making jokes, posting good mornings, happy Fridays, his mother Jessica was beside herself with worry and grief, and so was his grandma Tina. Jessica posts May 17th, "Where are you, baby boy?" Right? Tonight, the community is holding a vigil for awareness to come together for Devlin Tate, missing for over 2 months in Lake Odessa, Michigan, endangered, will be held at 8 p.m. tonight. I really wish I could be there. For anyone reading my post, if y'all could, and I didn't catch the rest of it. But again, we see the genuine love, care, and compassion there. Oh, there we go. Um, Just take a moment, speak Devlin's name in hopes that he will be found and is safe. Heavenly Father, we pray for the return of Devlin Lee Hatfield Tate, seeking guidance and intervention. May they be protected from harm and distress and guided back to safety. We pray for also for the law enforcement and search teams requesting wisdom and discernment in the search efforts. May they be protected and granted strength and perseverance. May the hearts of those with information be moved to come forward in moments of doubt, remember the presence, and restore hope for joyous reunion. We pray with gratitude and faith in your time. Amen. So they're pleading, they're begging, they're praying. Jessica posts July 21st. Today marks 3 months that my eldest son went missing in Lake Odessa, Michigan. The continued heartbreak is literally making me crazy, especially since I'm dealing with this completely alone. Physically, Devlin Lee Hatfield Tate. It's time to come home now, Devlin. Right? So Jessica is pleading in July. Tamara's having the time of her life. Sabrina's living her best life. and so is Sandra, right? Not sure if I'll ever be able to do this, to be honest, right? Forgiving yourself,
And the
just
forgiving myself post, that comes with this. You know, the reason why I was told to stay in Yuma and not come back, because I had the means to come back when Devlin first went missing. And I told everybody, if my son is not found within a week, I'm coming home. I was told by law enforcement to stay in Yuma, Arizona, because shortly before my son disappeared, my son was making increasingly more aggressive threats that he didn't care, what the Michigan courts had to say. He was going to skip state on his probation and he was going to come down here and be with me. He was over being in Michigan and he didn't care about the courts anymore. So law enforcement told me to stay here in case Devlin did show up here. It's been 7 months. He's not here. And I feel guilty. I feel like this is all my fault because if I would have broken the law and I would have allowed Devlin to come here, then he wouldn't be missing right now. It's my fault that he's missing. I should have broken the law, but because I'm a law abiding citizen and I didn't, now my son's gone. So I
yeah,
feel
but
guilty.
you cannot let that get to you either, and I know there's a lot of things that you're like combating not getting to you, but that's one thing that you can never go back and change, and it's just not right to beat yourself up over it, in my opinion. You deserve to um you know Matt is a bully too, but yeah, you deserve to not have to feel that guilt, especially because you didn't have anything to do um
I should have
with.
broken the law. I should have gotten him here. Michigan will not and cannot extradite from more than 4 states away unless it's felony murder. And that's not what he was on probation for. I should have broken the law and I should have got my son here.
Well,
I
let's go
failed
ahead
my
and
son.
well, yeah, and I don't want you to feel that way. I understand, I mean, but yeah, I know it's just very difficult. Um, so this is another post September 14th, right? So we're coming up closer to present day. Um, and you're just saying, I can't handle this. I need you back, Devlin, please. I'm trying to, you're listening to old voicemails, which absolutely breaks my heart. We watched this with Seth. He had an old voicemail that he shared with us of Devlin's, and um, it was heartbreaking. No, they have not, Detroit. They have not. They have not seen any of this. They have not investigated, to my knowledge, every device that they could have. I mean, yeah, they can get into accounts probably through the Google because it does. I mean, I know they sent you that letter, Jessica, that they were doing that through the Google accounts, but other than
Yeah,
that, if
I'm
people
being
had like other
investigated.
phones, what's that?
I said, yeah, I'm being investigated.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Well, and that's understandable. Everybody needs to be investigated. Now
Oh,
on
no, I'm
September
not saying anything bad
21st,
about it. I don't got nothing to hide.
so now on September 21st, it's now been 5 months today, no clues, no words, or excuse me, no word and no answers as to where you went or what happened to you, Devlin Lee Hatfield Tate, where are you? And um, you were feeling devastated. We don't see this from Sandra is the whole point of this exercise. I hope that if anybody takes away anything from this experience that you see the way that Jessica's handled the situation versus Sandra. September 14th, wish I knew yours, Devlin, because trust and believe I'd be on my way, right? So just, I mean, it's a stark difference. Um, Another post again for Devlin on October 20th. Okay, there we go. Another post from Tina, right? Devlin Tait Hatfield is 19 years old, is a 19-year-old man that has autism and other disabilities. Devlin has been missing for just over 6 months. So this was the 6-month poster that came out. And Tina's reposting it on October 24th. So about a month ago, right? Tina's saying Devlin Lee Hatfield um, didn't run away. Please share it out. And a lot of people don't think that he did run away. So now this is where we talk about Devlin and his voice and how we could hear it from the posts. Remembering my daddy, William James Tait, right? And Devlin puts his birthday, born on May 26, 2006, right? And so here's one from July of 23 that he posted. Oh, sorry, I might have put a duplicate in there. This is Bill, Sandra, and Devlin. And Devlin looks like he's being held hostage. I don't know what the situation was, but it doesn't look like a very happy picture, in my opinion. It creeps me out hardcore. Devlin Tait with the dog, Hastings area school system, was living in Hastings, right? So at a certain point, he lived in Hastings with his with Sandra and Bill. And then no workplaces because he was a student, right? But this is an older account of his. The newer account with AJ in the background because he loves his brother. And a car that he likes, looks like he likes BMW Bugs. Former ranch hand at Lake Odessa Livestock Auction, former janitorial maintenance at McDonald's, former dishwasher at Good Times Coal Fired Pizza and Sub, went to Hastings High School. It's quite the little resume he's got there. I think better than Sabrina's, where she's raking up leaves and shoveling snow. Devlin Devlin T is in Lake Odessa, right? Moved to Lake Odessa in March 26th. Okay, so that gives us a little insight into, Devlin. Former ranch hand, right? Here, this is all the logos in case anybody ever wants to look that up or know where the former places that Devlin has worked. Moving right along, moved to Lake Odessa in 25. So you can see how he bouncing back, right? Nashville's on his list. I did find something where he said he was engaged on March 28th. I'm not sure who that's to, Jessica, if you know.
That pissed me off so bad. No, that he's talking about Marie, and they weren't really even engaged, but he put that on his Facebook. That's that 16-year-old girl that he was forbidden to see.
Right. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Okay. Yeah. That's what I was thinking, just based on the time frame, but I wasn't sure. Now this is where I wanted to do a comparison, and this is where I feel like we might find a motive. Because on March 30th, right, he went missing April 21st. So, about 22 days later, this is 22 days prior to him going missing. This is dedicated to my father, William James Tait, and he tells his dates, right? And starts with a goodbye and it's Carrie Underwood, which is very sweet. And then we have the same day on March 30th, again, 22 days before he went missing. He says, "Mama, I love you." And Devlin Tait is with Jessica Peckham. So stop saying that that's not his mom and he didn't call her mama. And I think that's why they've pushed this narrative so far, all mama, 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 just because of this post right here. I loved him first is the post that Devlin sent back to you, that song, and saying that he knows that you loved him first. Jessica, did you pick up on that?
Yeah, in fact, I have sent that song to him previously. He resent it back to me.
So, I mean, and look, his boy, right, posted for Jessica, not Sandra. Motive all day long. So I think that's very telling. He also loves his baby brother. Wanted to throw that in there from, Devlin's point of view because he put that on May 27th. April 1st, would be 20 days before he went missing. I love you guys. I truly do, but I can't do this anymore. I can't keep putting up with my sister Tammy anymore. Tam Tam,
If you guys listen to that song that he puts with that post, that song is very suicidal.
well, and that's the thing. I mean, that's why we can't rule anything out. Because of how bad they were making him feel, because, they would be the cause of it at the end of the day too. So, I mean, and look, it says right here, Devlin Hatfield, I'm someone who likes helping people who ask me nicely and don't order me. I'm someone who likes helping people who ask me nicely and don't order me. You guys want to know how Devlin was feeling? It's right here. Works at Lake Odessa, livestock auction, went to Beery, ISD special ed, lives in Lake Michigan. Um, so this is back when he was working at the livestock auction. He did have a Snapchat and a TikTok. Munchkin 101, Devlin Tait 24. Um, and then he has some likes in here. Something isn't quite right in Ionia County, Michigan. Something is not quite right, guys. And we need to get to the bottom of what's going on here because, Devlin didn't just disappear. And there's a lot of things that have gone on in the last 7 months. He's been missing for 7 months. Yesterday was the exact day to the day. And again, we see Sabrina over here talking about posting and calling hospitals before midnight when she reported him missing at 10:30. That timeline is way off. Sabrina saying his phone, is getting questioned. Is the location on? No, his phone's dead or turned off. Again, the 13 hours is a big problem. And you said over 13, and then this is an even bigger problem. This is directly from Ionia County Sheriff's Office to hot off the press to the news. Tait was last seen leaving his home for his daily walk to the stores in Lake Odessa on April 21st at 8:21 a.m. Jessica, do you want to say anything about that?
Yeah, I thought the camera footage at Carl's was at 8:21. Care to explain?
Yeah, because that's exactly right. I mean, that's what we've always been told by the Tates. But yet here we have law enforcement confirming that's what time he actually left his home that morning.
He can't be at two places at once. He cannot use his bridge card at Carl's Market at 8:21 if he's just leaving his house at 8:21. That does not add up.
No, ma'am, it doesn't. No, ma'am, it doesn't. And I think that there's a lot of explaining to be done, right? Because I thought there was proof also that he used his card at Carl's Market and also some footage, but apparently not. And then that brings me back to this post over 13 hours ago. She had to have
I'm
posted this
being
by midnight for it to show up on the 21st.
I'm being told that there's footage of Devlin using his bridge card, but I haven't seen it.
Right. Thank you for confirming that too. And then they posted this incorrectly, but damn Tina if she leaves out the lake part of Odessa, right? I mean, it's
So
unbelievable. And then
Sabrina,
they're saying,
Sabrina went after Tammy trying to, or not Tammy. Sabrina went after Tina on a post on Facebook trying to tell Tina that she wasn't Devlin's grandma.
mhm, I know, I know. It's just utterly ridiculous, right? And
Sabrina
then
was eight
Sabrina said
years
that was a
old when her
typo.
brother,
Oh,
Sabrina was 8 years old when Devlin was born, and she sure in the hell was nowhere around when Devlin was conceived.
well, and that's the thing, none of us were except for, that's the thing. And also, with them saying that the last time they saw him was or putting on the signs, whether it was a typo or not, they didn't make any public statements about that or anything. They just, oh, it's a typo. And in my
And they
opinion,
were pretty rude about it.
what's that?
And they were pretty rude about it too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Very rude about it. And, just instead of going out there and saying that, but that leads me to believe that something might have happened to him possibly at 8:21 the previous evening, because he never called you on Easter and he never called you in the morning, and he would call you and text you constantly.
Yeah,
So,
he was constantly blowing up my phone, and I haven't heard from him since 2 days before he disappeared.
yeah, and then we also have a be on the lookout for that black recliner. And, if there's any information regarding that recliner and if we could recover that, there's a $50 reward for locating this recliner. And yeah, I'm laughing because it's a little ridiculous, but that recliner went missing around the same time Devlin did, right, Jess?
Yeah, that recliner went missing after my son went missing. Matt claimed in chat that they took it to the dump. It has recently been confirmed that the chair definitely went missing after Devlin.
I see. Thank you for confirming that with me. And then, it has never been seen. So we're definitely on a full be on the lookout. There is an Amber Alert out for this chair, right? Because it's obvious that people are not being honest. They're not being truthful. They're not being forthright. So where's the chair? And then Matt said it was taken to the dump. And I've heard a lot of people speculating about this recliner
I have
because
heard
the fact that
about
it went
supposed
missing.
bonfires. I heard about supposed bonfires that took place at Tammy's house a few days prior to my son going missing as well. I don't know how much truth there is to that, but that was a rumor circulating around too, that they had two massive bonfires within days of Devlin's disappearance.
Right. So what were they getting rid of? I mean, I know that, being from the Midwest, we do bonfires. I mean, that's just something that we do when the weather is right for it. Um,
Yeah, but we don't do that right after our loved one goes missing.
no. And I thought Sabrina was busy out searching and tired. And how are you having a bonfire when you're busy out searching and tired and plastering flyers everywhere? She was also very active on Facebook. Too active in my opinion to be doing, with a little child too on her hip, you know, to be doing any of that. Not to the extent that she was acting like she was doing it.
I just need my son found. This has gone on for way too long. I just need Devlin found.
Yeah, I know, Jessica. And I mean, the more information that we can get out like this, maybe there'll be more public interest. Maybe there'll be people who actually have a heart, um, that will come out and talk in the community, because there's absolutely no reason for Devlin not to be, um,
And
for
I'm
him
sorry, I'm
for him
just
to be
now
left there.
learning about the items that were in that silent auction. I'm just learning about those within the last few days. And that skull thing being
Mhm.
at a auction for a child that has gone missing. I'm sorry, that's not okay. And they're lucky I wasn't there for it because that skull would have been chucked across the damn room.
Right, right. And people were not pleased about it, as far as I heard over at the auction. There was Sabrina was getting a lot of flack, if I could say that. she was getting a lot of flack on that. And I mean, obviously, I mean, it's weird to anybody that's a normal person, that is not going to be, well received. And I don't know if she was offended because somebody that like she cares about made the skull or something. I don't know if it was about the skull, but I would imagine that a lot of people were probably thinking like, what the hell is this, and why um are people acting like this?
Yeah,
Like,
I'm into skulls. I've got skulls in my house. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I am into that kind of stuff. Skulls, dragons, the whole 9 yards. But to
yeah.
have something like that at a bake sale silent auction where you're promoting a child's disappearance, that is not okay in any way, shape, or form. And me, as his mother, I am strongly against that. That would not have been even relatively close to anything in relation to my son if I was back in Michigan at the time this was going on. I would not have allowed that.
Right. And just, the little bit that I have gotten to know you too, I understand it's not about like skulls or anything, because yeah, I like that too, I think they're cool looking, but that to me is very off-putting and creepy and scary, really. To think about. And then the other Christmas tree thing, I just, seeing what Mary Munch puts together, I'm wondering if a lot of that stuff was her trying to say that she put money towards the reward also because she donated some of the items for the auction. But like even some of those items for the auction were just like, plants
And
and potted, I don't know.
And I don't mean to be disrespectful towards anybody's artwork or anything like that, but I'm sorry. You're doing artwork for years and years. You're an elderly woman or whatever, but that looks like something that my soon-to-be 9-year-old daughter would make, or AJ would make as an art thing. Like
Mhm.
I'm sorry, that is not in any way, shape, or form artwork that I would be donating to a silent auction for a missing kid.
Me neither. I mean, I might put it out for Halloween, as a joke, or, to scare the kids or something, but it scared me when I first saw it. And the lady was really happy that she won it too. She's like, "Oh, look what I won." And I'm like, and then she also won that Christmas tree thing. And I'm like, that's really bizarre too, because typically when we buy mirrors, I mean, for one, mirrors are reflective, so when you make something with a mirror, you could really bring your art to a whole nother level with it because it's reflective. But then also when we buy mirrors, we usually put them in our house so we can see ourselves, and I find it odd that they have a mirror that they would cover up anyway to see one's self, right?
And with it being covered in watches too, is that subliminal messaging right there? Hey guys, guess what? Your days are numbered.
I don't know. That's what's so weird to me. Like, I was trying to figure that out because it's very, I mean, it's creative. Like you said, I'm not, I don't want to like, knock anybody's what they like to do, because art is very expressive, but like you said, I mean it looks like they're trying to tell us something with both of those pieces, and those are the only ones that were posted that I can see that actually came from the auction. Like, what, I look what I won from there or anything.
Oh, why were all my
So
son's t-shirts folded up at the auction, and you couldn't even see his face? There was nothing on the table indicating what they were. Just brightly like lime yellow or something like that, and they were all folded up. You couldn't see what they were.
yeah,
Like
exactly.
that's supposed to spread awareness. Like, are you serious?
Right, right. And that's what my problem was when I saw it. And then I also was wondering how people would know, what he looks like, because that's the biggest thing, right? Like, what does Devlin look like? And
And
that
they got black and white flyers right there, you know, no color whatsoever. The colors I littered you with, they're in color.
I agree. So, oh boy. Well, we certainly have our work cut out for us. Lake Odessa is really small, Andrea. I'm trying to think off the top of my head how many people they have there. Um, it's very small. It's the village of Lake Odessa. And it's very small. And then they lived kind of on the outskirts, from my understanding from the maps that I saw.
Yeah, Tammy's address is actually an Ionia address, which is why the Ionia County Sheriff Department is investigating the case and not Lake PD.
Right. Right. Well, and I think it'd be a good idea to get, these over. That's why I kind of like making those short videos. I can go over them in the live, even though it might take us longer to get through it, but then that way they're more shareable and easier for people to, kind of have all the information in one spot. Is there anything else you want to say, Jess, before we sign off tonight? Like, is there anything
I
that
love
you
Tuki's comment.
I know, she's hilarious, yes. And since they like to make arts and crafts ish, they should make themselves personal silver bracelets. Clink clink, y'all, in my opinion.
I
Yeah.
completely agree, Tuki. And yeah, before we sign off, you know, when I was on the phone with y'all the other night, she's not lying, you know, when she said that she was like really coming at me. These women seriously made me feel threatened, and I was already having a bad day as it was. Like from the moment I woke up, my day was nothing but shit. And I'd already been feeling attacked all day, and then the way that they came at me, you know, trying to accuse me of, oh, I'm still talking to certain people behind the scenes. No, I'm not. And they weren't on speaker when they were coming at me, and as soon as they did, and the second that I felt threatened, I'm like, hold up, I'm putting you on speaker. And then the second I did that, I went and I took screenshots of what I was being accused of and proving, look, no, this is not true, and don't come at me like that.
Well, I'm gonna come at you however I feel necessary because look, Jessica, to be honest with you, I cannot give you special treatment. I have to remain professional. And it's the same questions that in the same fashion of questioning, I would ask somebody if I'm trying to get information from them. And the fact that you quickly got me the information and it was over and done with told me all I needed to know. I know that I don't share a lot with you about what Tammy says because, well, for one, it's counterproductive to what we're doing. You need to be focusing on resources for your son. You need to be, calling these agencies, getting his flyers out, trying to get us some more media coverage. Those are things that I can't do. Only the family can do that. But she has really driven a whole bunch of things in like, oh, Jessica's lying about this, she's lying about that. So I figured, okay, I will grill Jessica as hard as I can and as much as I can on the certain subjects that are being questioned. And that's how I have to do it because I have to remain professional and just only keep Devlin at heart. Not that I don't care for
Right,
you or I don't believe you, but
right,
I
and
think
I
this
get
might be a
that, but you
conversation that
got the
we
proof.
probably should have offline too, because we could
Well,
definitely
no,
have
but like,
productive conversation.
no, but like this goes to show everybody within seconds, though, I put you on speaker and I got the proof that you were asking for. Within seconds. No
Right.
hesitation.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any doubts in anybody's mind here in the chat or at my channel. I just think it's all stuff that's happening in Lake Odessa, but But in terms of how I question people, I will always question people the same. I don't give anybody special treatment, and I think that's important to note because I don't have any I don't have any reason to give you special treatment. We weren't friends before. I don't have any skin in the game other than wanting to find Devlin. That's my only goal. That's my only
Lady
goal.
Freedom,
And
the only person you need to be given special treatment towards is Devlin. He's the only
yeah,
one that needs to be getting special treatment.
yeah, and he is. That's the only person that I'm advocating for, and I know you do as well as his mom, and I know that you were hindered from doing that in the beginning. I'm not afraid to put that stuff out here. I don't, I don't care. What's worse than some of the text messages that we went over today? What's worse than Devlin being emotionally abused, psychologically abused, physically abused, all of that
What's
kind of stuff.
worse? Stuff that I still have to send to you. That's what's worse.
I mean, and that's the thing. So I don't, to me, like I can't care about Sandra's feelings, and I hope that that message has been conveyed today. I don't care about Sandra's feelings, Tamara's feelings, nobody's feelings because I can't at this point. I can't as an unbiased person. Shauna, good to see you, Shauna. Shauna says, I know the 821. But what was just said about what is believed to be the accurate time, Lady Freedom, can you share again the last text between Mom and Devlin, time and date for astrology purposes? Yeah. Like the last oh, do you want me to you mean the last text message ever, Shauna? So, um, because I could post it. I could post it up here.
Yeah, you should have that one too.
Do you have the last text conversation with Devlin?
He asked me if I hung up on him. That was the last thing I ever.
And that was on Saturday, the day before Easter. So, and what time do you still have it? Like, we don't have to show it, but could you tell the time for Shauna so she could map it too? Money was missing or taken. He only had money on his bridge card, which was his food card, to the best of my knowledge. Shauna. Peggy, his family that adopted him was abusing him. And this is the family tree thing. So Devlin had Sandra, who was his adoptive mother, Bill, who was adopted his adopted father, and Devlin here. Then we have his mother Jessica, his dad Adam. Jessica was married to Tim Hatfield at the time of, or excuse me, was with Tim Hatfield at the time of Devlin's birth, and he did sign the birth certificate. They subsequently got married, and Tamara is Timothy's mom. And Tamara also has Ashley and Tamara, or excuse me, Ashley and Sabrina. Those are her daughters. And at the time of Devlin's disappearance, Devlin was living in a house with Tammy or Tamara, Sabrina's boyfriend, Will Hartman, who was in the picture holding the little boy, and the little boy was living there as well. Yeah, they have to, Detroit. I cannot convey that message or hit it home. So thank you so much. Detroit Rock City says, yes, Lady Freedom. They want to hear from the family. They have to get a hold of them personally. I tried to talk to as many people as I could that would listen. Thank you, Detroit. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you doing that for me and Jessica as well, because it's important, um, for that. So,
I just sent you the text message, Lady Freedom. The last time I heard from Devlin was on the 19th at 1:57 p.m. and he asked me if I hung up on him. AJ had just gotten back from the hospital. He had been hospitalized for 4 days right before Devlin went missing. And I was dealing with my baby and trying to deal with Devlin. He was pretty upset. And the last thing that I've gotten from my son within the last 7 months and 3 days, because today's 7 months and 1 day, was did you hang up on me at 1:57 p.m.? I just sent you the screenshot.
Okay, great. So, Shauna, I'm gonna write it in the chat. So it was actually let's see, April 19 and 1:57 p.m.
And
Thank you
mind you, that's my
so very much, Shauna, for being
and
here.
my and mind you, that is my time. So 1:57, 2, 3, 4. That would have been 4:57 Michigan time.
At that point, because the time didn't change over.
Yeah. So at that point in time, Michigan was 3 hours ahead of me. Right now, y'all are only two.
Okay, so that would have been Arizona, and that would have been 4:57 p.m. Michigan. I don't know how that factors into the map, but I will put it in. I put it in the chat. So, but yeah.
Where are you
So
at?
thank you for sending that to me, Jessica. So yeah, I mean, I think that would pretty much wrap everything up for today, guys. It's very ugly, CC. Gaudy is the word. Um, so yeah, we'll probably wrap it up there with I'll be presenting, whatever information I find, and then as well as what Jessica sends me over. If you have any information that you want to send me, please do. Again, if it's something that's important and needs to get to law enforcement, don't send it to me. I'm not law enforcement. Send it to um, Ionia County Sheriff's Office, who has jurisdiction over this case, and make sure that you get a hold of either Detective Castle or Detective Filipesci, preferably Castle. I have a better relationship with her. She called me back. He did not.
And
So,
for anybody who is listening to this that might have any information to where my son is, if you did anything to my son, please, please have a conscience. Please come forward. Me and his brother miss him deeply. He's got two little sisters that need their brother.
hey,
Devlin, if by chance you were hearing this, please, baby, I need to hear from you. You need to reach out to somebody. We need to know that you're okay. I love you with everything that I am, baby. Please call me. I'm sorry, you guys. I can't. I don't know how much more of this that I can handle. I need my son found.
okay, guys. So, hey, Brenda Smith, good to see you. He said on the show he was Dolly's brother. Oh, I have no idea what that is. I'm sorry if I'm on a different conversation. Well, Jessica, I appreciate you being up here and, discussing this with us and, dealing with, um, all of this.
I just need my baby found. Thank you for covering his story and being completely biased. The only person needing special treatment right now is Devlin. Devlin needs to be found, and he's the only one that should be getting any type of special treatment.
Yeah, you can count on that. That's why, like I said, when Tamara says that, you're my best friend and stuff, I mean, that's not true. I go just as hard on you as I would anybody else, and it's only because, I'm processing through all of this information, and I've had people that have been not truthful with me at all. On the flip side of that, you remained truthful with me, and I mean, it's a lot easier to deal with someone who's willing to tell you the truth, even if it's something that they don't like. Um, that's understandable. I get it. I get that part. I'm a human being too, but I also just I have to remain that way, and then that way, that can shut Tamara up really quick. You know. So, um, but yeah, um,
Thank you, everybody, for the blue heart and for
yeah,
supporting Devlin.
yeah, everybody cares, and that's the thing. You're gonna find a different environment here than you will on, Facebook. etc. So, but let's just keep on going. Let's keep on, exposing the truth for what it is. And like I said, I can share my links on Facebook, and I have been, because I understand that's where people like to get their information from in this case, and that's where I'll be. And I think I can stream live to Facebook from this platform, so I'm gonna have to, look into doing that as well. Um,
I don't know anything
because
about that.
it just grows a bigger audience for Devlin, really. And, guys, I have a whole playlist on Devlin Tate, so go over there and, share that out with whoever you want to share it with. Um, awareness is the biggest thing that we can do on our end, and then get resources to the families and things like that. Um, and definitely get a hold of Jen too, Jess, about, her mapping and stuff like that too.
Yes, she has my phone number now, and she told me earlier in the chat before I came up on panel that she'd be calling me again. I've already talked to her on the phone.
Oh, good. Fantastic. Yeah, so that's one resource down, and then we got 4 more to go with my list, but I still have more that we can be calling. So, and then emailing his flyer out is a really big one too. Um, is there a particular flyer, or I mean, because some of them are kind of wacky. I mean, we talked about that too yesterday with them putting that Devlin's got brown eyes on there. I mean, is there one in particular that you would like us to
Devlin
share?
has hazel eyes. His eyes are like mine. They tend to change color with his mood. And I'm really worried, and Devlin's dad wants to know what's going on too, when it comes to the boats, because I know that there was an issue with that last weekend. Well, not really an issue, but you
Well,
know
I
what
don't
I'm
want to talk.
referring to.
I know.
And
I don't.
it's snowing. It's gonna be snowing again soon.
I would rather talk to you about that offline than here, because anybody can watch this stream, and I'm planning on sharing it out. So I will get with you about that. Um
No, but what I'm saying is that like the flyer that I need to be sharing is the one with the lakes and stuff that need to still be searched before they freeze.
I mean, yeah, I didn't put any of his missing. I mean, actually, I think maybe I did put the red missing poster on there. But yeah, if like, that one would be good one, I think, to send over the Department of Natural Resources. And I sent that
Yeah,
to you
the
yesterday.
DNR email.
Yeah. You'll have to go to their website and grab their email off of there. But yeah, that's one of the ones Detroit sent over. So, um, but yeah, just kind of working on getting those ones knocked out. The other one I think was like Muddy Waters, but I don't want to really, say them up here
No,
as much. I'd rather us do it, and then once we get the search going and it's done, we can have the cigar, because, there's people that, would try to sabotage those efforts, or call them first and then write it on Facebook. I called them first. They can call their own resources, because we're calling resources over here. There's come a point in time now in this, where I've realized that it's not going to be something where we're all going to work together on this. So that's been abundantly clear. The only thing I
And
can do.
that's so unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can do moving forward, because I'm not, a certified counselor or any kind of mediator. But the only thing I want to do moving forward is just get you the resources, and you call into them as his mom, and
And get Devlin's name out there.
go from there, and then just continue to uncover all of this, and then get it over to law enforcement. If they've never seen these text messages, then they don't understand the level of abuse that Devlin was enduring.
And please, everybody, share her videos, like her videos, make Devlin's story go viral. Devlin's name and face needs to get out there. The more people that see this and hear this, then the more people we got out there looking for my son.
Peggy LE has not said anything. When I called them, they more so took a report from me on the things that I was worried about. But when I even tried to confirm with them that 11 p.m. time frame, they wouldn't. They're just keeping everything close to the vest. I also asked them, is there a good resource that I can go to in order to get updates and information? And she said there won't be any of that. But she also told Jessica and confirmed to her, as well as Philip Pesci said that the last ping where Devlin's phone pinged was at the trailer park.
And it was done by law enforcement, not a Life 360 app.
Yeah. So, yes, I did get that one over Detroit. That's one of the four on the list, other than Jen, that we put on the list, because I hope to work in tandem with Jen, giving us hotspots and then having us prepare for people to go out and search those areas, is how, Jen and I worked it out. And, a huge shout out to Astrology for Mystics with Jen. She does do charts, personal, charts for people, but she also does these cases for families of missing children. So, all right, Jess. Well, you take care, and thank you for coming up here and, voicing your concerns.
I appreciate you covering my son's case. Like, please, everybody, make this story go viral. Devlin needs coverage. He needs to be found.
Yeah. And I mean that I think that's the biggest one. Um, the biggest thing is just to get these resources, these searchers, all of these people involved, and see who can help and who is willing to. And if they're not willing to, then we just scratch them off the list and move on to the next one. Because this really
Yes.
should have been done from the start. But Sabrina was saying that she was holding her own searches and stuff, which she's not qualified for.
And you sent me 4 different resources just yesterday.
Whatever day we talked to Chuchi, my days are running together.
I
Whatever
mean,
day.
technically yesterday because we got off the phone around midnight.
Mm, I
And
think it
then,
was Thursday.
and then,
I think it was Thursday, but either way, let's just keep moving forward. Let's keep going, keep onward and upward, full steam ahead, because we've lost so much time already. We really have. And thank you so much, Detroit, for sending those resources in. Also, and Reynolds, like all of you guys have sent in all of those resources. So we're just working on knocking them out as we go along. So.
thank you for all your guys' help and support. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely, Jess. Well, you take care. I will see you later, and then, like I said, I'll give you an update if Adam wanted to know about what the guys for searching.
Well, we're both kind of curious because, I mean, I was told that it's supposed to snow again this weekend, and I don't want, those lakes freezing over and Devlin possibly being in one.
Yeah, yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, it was Thursday. Thanks, Chuchi. I knew it was Thursday. Um, but yeah, so um, like I said, my days have been running kind of a little bit together. All
Well,
right,
we got off the
guys.
phone after midnight my time. That's where I'm getting yesterday from.
Oh, gotcha. Alrighty. Well, I'll see you later and we'll talk soon.
All right, have a nice night.
You
Everybody be safe.
All right. Have a great night. Thank you so much. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna sign off too. Um, oh yeah, absolutely, Detroit. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing my best. I'm telling you, keeping up with both these cases. There's a lot too in Sebastian's case that I wanted to get to, but I also wanted to make sure that we went over those text messages because it was a lot. So I'm glad that we did that. Again, and thank you, Coffee Crime and Cats. Thank you guys too. And again, I really appreciate all of you guys. I will see you all tomorrow. I will most likely do a late show. But I do have someone that I really need to get in contact with. Well, there's a couple of people that I really need to get in contact with. So we'll see tentatively for tomorrow. But I should be able to hop on a late live again. So thank you all so much for being here, and you have a wonderful rest of your evening. And don't forget that Devlin Tate and Sebastian Rogers are still out there missing. So is Summer Wells. So is Harmony Montgomery. Um, we have a lot of missing people out there, and they need to be found, and a lot of them are kids. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your evening.